Hello, I'm Alex Harper. Welcome to another episode of Astro Live. And I'm joined this time by Paul from Zeitville Media. Hey, Paul, how's it going? Can you hear me? Can anyone hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, I can't see you anymore.
Oh, really?
Yeah, your
Interesting.
camera's gone.
Oh, shit. Let's see here. Um, how about that?
No, you're
Still no.
still
Oh,
still off.
that's weird.
Well, yeah, so that is weird.
How
There
about
you
that?
are.
Yeah,
There you
there we
are.
go. Wonderful.
Okay. Um, Yeah, so we're here to talk about Donald J. Trump's birth charts. I'm joined by Paul from Zeitville Media. Hey, Paul. Now that you're with us, how's it going? I'm excited to talk about this with you. It's kind of an electrifying energy right now around it, I
Yes,
feel.
it really is. I mean, we've had the sun moving towards Uranus all week, and just today I can feel it. I like it because I think of all the planets, Uranus is the most like free will activated. And I can feel like there's a lot of script breaking going on. Um, but one of the things, and this is very distinct, that I noticed when Uranus went into Gemini last July, because it happened over the 4th of July weekend, and the effects were really noticeable, and I can remember them very clearly, and I'm seeing it again now, is that when you have this opening of Uranus and Gemini, where all that free will energy is going into the day-to-day environment, some people completely blank out. It's like
Mm.
the loading mechanism, it's just the wheel is just like turning, and so it's not this like really electric energy that you get from people. It's like
Well,
they kind
it's
of
like they're short
flatlined.
circuited. They're
He's
short circuited
totally
by it's like an overcharge, like an overload. It's like blows their
100%.
circuits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's really interesting because it's not Uranus is not that much of an emotional energy. It's an air planet and it's in an air sign. Gemini is not that emotional either. And we're going to talk about that, I feel like, a lot tonight because Trump is that Gemini sun, but he's got so much important in Cancer, which is very emotional. Um, is that there's not I don't really like see any immediate remedies for that. It's it's not the kind of situation where someone is so emotional. Let's say like when we had another mutable sign lit up back in the fall where we had Neptune and Saturn and Pisces, and it was the issue was you had to just grab someone by the shoulders and like slap them back and forth and be like snap out of it because they were possessed by something very emotional.
Yeah, yeah. It was Saturn and Neptune and Pisces is like being blackout drunk, whereas
Yes,
this Gemini Uranus energy is more like taking too much speed,
too
right?
much.
Yeah, yeah.
It's
So we're
or like an espresso nap, right? Like you drink a bunch of espresso and then you just like fall asleep immediately. It's yeah, it's like so overstimulated that it's not. It's interesting because a lot of people are saying Uranus and Gemini is the AI revolution in a way, which I see, but it's also the kind of anhedonia and anti-desire and the soma of like, well, GLP drugs, some people say, or just, I don't know, it's just more of like a spiritual experience of kind of like nothingness where people, I think, it's because Gemini's habits. So people are like, and Uranus is free will, so you're 2 steps ahead. I think people know their scripts and they're like, well, why should I say anything? Why should I do anything? Because I know what's about to happen if I kind of like play my old tricks now. So people are kind of outsmarting themselves and they're just sitting there kind of like I don't know, I've just noticed that some people become very less expressive under this influence. And it's really strange because I don't know, the remedy with Saturn and Neptune and Pisces was to break the delusion, and what is the antidote or the cure for this? I'm not quite sure. I suppose it's maybe finding something to, when you take a bunch of speed, usually you take apart your television or something and put it back together. You've got to find something to train your excess stimulation on. Um, and I think that's an issue, is that we're already in a situation after Pluto and Capricorn for about 16 years. He's really just only been in Aquarius for
Yeah.
the long stretch, a couple months. And that whole issue is Capricorn is like, what are your goals? So I don't, the people already don't know what to do with themselves. And then you overstimulate them. And, they just, it's kind of very flat affect.
Yeah. I know what you mean, and, people are having I've seen people posting on the timeline how their sleep is disturbed and they're having
Yeah,
strange dreams and stuff like this,
totally.
and
Yeah.
I've been predicting that this was gonna happen because the sun and the moon are conjunct Lilith at the new moon and full moons, right? It's this things they call super moons where the moon appears bigger, right?
Right.
But really, it's not just supermoons; it's both. When it's Lilith and anti-Lilith lunation, it happens twice a year,
Huh.
and I feel like my dreams and psychic activity always increase around then. I always see people talking about it. I've been there's a few of us been posting on Twitter about it for the last few years and tracking, and it's pretty consistent, and that's happening right now too. Which is basically triggering and amplifying all of these outer planet ingresses and this script flipping you're talking about. And I feel like what we're going to talk about today does that. So
Yeah, I've been
basically, for
following
any
your posts about dreams, and it's really interesting. I think something you post about dreams, I've been chewing on it ever since you posted it, because it really articulated something that I felt very specifically. And I may kind of butcher it and paraphrasing it and describing it, but you basically said you have this dreamscape, and it's a repository of various collective feels or zones. And after a while, you kind of have a cartography of this astral kind of topography. And you mentioned something along the lines of these being kind of like uncharted spaces. And there has been a kind of, it's not that they are more vivid and lucid, which they are, but the logic behind the dreams that I've been having recently have felt a little more untethered, in the sense that it feels like there's two kind of script writers going on, and it's a little unsettling. Like, I don't know, I guess I have a lot of experience communicating and being aware of my subconscious, and I can be quite aware of the fact that I'm dreaming when I'm dreaming. And I've seen a lot of really schizophrenic conspiracy theories about why this is, and people talk about AI interference with the dreamscape, but it does kind of feel like I'm wandering into some kind of area that feels it's like some other room, and that's what I got from that tweet of yours. It's some other
Yeah,
room. And it's I don't know if it's like uncharted territory or it's preoccupied or something like that. It doesn't feel
it's new.
um
Yeah,
it's
it's
new,
like
right.
we're on a new timeline, like a new in new territory. I think that I felt it, the shift, and a lot of other people. I felt a
Mhm.
large part of people shift with it, and this is a little too. I mean, we're still only 20 minutes into the broadcast, but maybe this kind of thing we should come back to at the end. But
Right, right.
I
Some of the
agree
more
with you. I
esoteric
know what
stuff.
you're talking about. The dreamscape is it has changed, and the it's actually good for us because we can now reform, right? We were scattered,
Yeah,
but
right,
yeah, so it's a chance to group up again, right? And the
right.
collective is, I think, regrouping right now, right? And
Hmm.
it's something to draw strength from and hope from. And, I'm all
Good.
about being optimistic for the future. Like that they're not going to win. It's not going to be successful. They're not going to enslave us. It's not going to happen. We're not going to let it happen, right? It's not, that's, no matter what, it's impossible. They can't win, right?
Mhm.
So, and as long as you believe that, then it'll be all right. So,
Yes.
uh, let's go into the
Okay.
presentation with that, I think.
Sure.
Or at least pull up Trump's chart. Um, Here we go. Okay, so putting it on the other screen, the slideshow.
Mm.
Sorry.
No, this is fun.
Uh, uh, you guys see this? Wait, how do I just maximize this?
Mhm.
What do you guys see now? And you just see the same thing now, huh? Why is it going on the second? I'm sorry, guys. Uh, Fuck.
Hmm.
Um, hmm. Well, here's Trump's chart. Uh, Now, if I could get the thing. Okay, here we go.
Oh yeah.
Oh, is it not? There's like interference with this.
Hmm.
It's like,
It's
what is
like
going on?
chopped. It's weird.
It's chopped.
Yeah.
Hold up. Hmm.
Yeah, that's so weird.
It's not showing it. That's strange.
Yeah, it's like, why is
Let
that
me.
all whited out?
We are having such weird technical difficulties with this. Let me reset it.
Hmm.
Oh my God, that's crazy.
Someone
All
in the
right.
chat said it's the Moonchild curse. I don't know what that means.
I don't know. Anyway, this is fine. We can just.
Sure, this
This is
works.
big enough.
Oh yeah.
I
Oh,
hope you
this is
guys can
fine.
see.
Yeah.
Yeah. Uh, Actually, I can just open this with. They're really hoping to kill our momentum with this, huh?
I it's fine.
All right, whatever. Um, let's just go with this.
Hmm.
Now it's.
Oh.
Here
Oh
we
yeah.
go.
Perfect.
Finally. All
Awesome.
right. All right. After all of
Perfect.
that, if you're
No,
still
it's
with us,
perfect.
thank you. Uh, I'll be honest. This has been the weirdest thing because I I don't mean to sound crazy, but as I've been working on this show, I've been getting like a lot of pushback energetically. It's been like,
Yeah.
yeah. So,
Mhm.
all right, here we go. What do we
Mhm.
want to say? I mean, so one thing that you mentioned that I wanted to go back to
Mhm.
was that, Trump's Gemini, but he's also got a lot of
Yes,
Cancer.
that's right. Um, yeah. I so we were talking about how Uranus in Gemini, and now the sun is meeting it in Gemini for the first time since 1942 or something like that. Because when it went into Uranus, or when Uranus went into Gemini last year, it was already Cancer season, so the sun was ahead of it. We hadn't seen that before, and it can be a very non-emotional kind of energy, extremely cerebral, where people feel kind of, as you said, kind of zapped out, like they got rammed with so much high voltage that it's just been like a forced reboot. Um, Now, the sign after Gemini is Cancer, and that is way more emotional. And then, so looking at the structure of his chart and the dispositors of various key parts of his chart, there is a lot of emotion going on there. And not only that, it seems like it's kind of a veiled emotion. And uh, so putting a few of those things together, it does seem as if there are two Trumps, and there
Mm,
is a very kind of recessed Trump. Um, and it's not that the Trump that we see is fake, but to get meta about it, he this really comes back to his parents, by the way, is what I'm getting at. A lot of his showmanship he got from his dad, Fred Trump, and I think a lot of the stuff that plagues him or bothers him or is karmically enchained to him comes from his mom. And so there's this kind of undercurrent, and he kind of deals with that behind the scenes. And it has a way, though, because there's this other half of him that's extremely public and extremely showman-like, that it ends up leaking into a bigger public space and making things kind of worse than that they would normally be if it was just kind of a normal public life. But because the stage is so big, when that recess stuff hits that arena, um, it just, particleizes it. It completely fills up the atmosphere, and so all the charisma is suddenly suffused with this air of like intrigue and sabotage, abandonment, scandal, corruption, and things like that. And it really does come down to his parents, and it comes the thing too with his parents, not just their personality styles, but it's their socioeconomic standing and the conditions under which they met. And I think that that's encoded in his chart too, is that his father, again, like he became, um, is this businessman, this developer, and his mother was an immigrant, who was basically a domestic servant. And you see this all over the chart, where there is this man of the people, but also this very tight inner circle. And it's through that story that I think this mediation between the recessed Trump and the public Trump plays out. It's this family karma of who does one serve. And it's not, you can serve the public and be very selfish because a rising tide lifts all ships. And you could just serve your inner circle and be very selfless, because if you have a tight team, you can do things and help a larger amount of people. We see that kind of pendulum swing with Trump. And I think he's often kind of working out on his own where his allegiances should be, and often mediating those decisions on, will I get a share of the cut, depending on where my allegiances go. And I think the matrix through which he works out where should I put my allegiances and what kind of cut am I going to get on the heels of it, really comes down to this dualistic paradigm. Gemini itself, being a Gemini sun, is already quite dual, and he has the North Node on it, so he's that kind of Rahu voraciousness. He wants that. He craves that duality. I think because it gives him freedom. Perhaps he feels like there's some peacefulness in keeping his emotions and kind of love affairs behind the scenes, and then he can just go do work and in a
Yeah.
workplace and do work things in the work arena, and it feels kind of tidy to him in a way. But when that's that's a way to rationalize that compartmentalized existence. But the thing is that a lot of times when we're talking about astrology, we forget who things answer to. So the south node of the moon and the north node of the moon, black moon, Lilith, well, they all answer to the moon. We're talking about the moon, and the moon is in the moon house. It's in the fourth house. So if you look at the dispositors of the nodes, it brings us back to moon things, because the Gemini Sun and Gemini North Node that craves that duality, even though it's kind of at risk of sabotaging the neat compartmentalization, that's in Cancer. That Mercury is in Cancer. If you look at the ruler of the South Node and the Moon, which is in Jupiter's sign in Sagittarius, we have Jupiter in the second house of what we do to generate income in Libra, which is about good PR, and Jupiter is bigness, right? So we have art of the deal, always kind of appear bigger, always make them feel like they need you more than them. But I think that's coming from that wound of the moon on the south node in his fourth house, of having his mother be sick when he was younger,
Mm,
and encountering emotional distance from her, and trying to leverage that pain as a business strength. Again, a little bit of kind of dualistic alchemy. Oh, I have this pain. Actually, it feeds right into my business strengths. Why don't I take that kind of tug of abandonment and leverage that into kind of this aggressive diplomacy of Jupiter and Libra. But the thing is that Venus rules that, and she's up there in Cancer too. A lot of it comes back to family. Like he's not at his son's wedding right now. Again, you would
yeah.
think like you would keep it all in the family, but
The
again,
fourth
there's this
house.
question, right? It's like, well, maybe my allegiances aren't with my family. Maybe it's with a wider group, because because he often gets accused of being kind of nepotistic, but there's this kind of wound of the closer that I do get with tighter circles and family, the more I feel like my solar style is getting cramped. Like I get kind of, it's in the 10th house, very close to the 11th, these Saturnian houses, like, and then Saturn's on that Venus, which we've got to through the South Node. It's like, oh, there's all this duty now. There's all this responsibility. Like I can't do my thing. I got to be Leo rising. Like, no, I'm gonna get on a jet now. So, I think that the stuff between his mom and dad is something that he's working out with his own marriages and families, and it's he's an ESTP, which is the inverse of an INFJ. And now that he's toward the end of his life, he's more INFJ than ESTP, because that's the integration arc, and he's becoming more museful and introverted and quiet. And I think that there's a side of him that really craves being close to a very tight circle of people, but finds it very stifling. I find this strange because as a Leo rising, which is ruled by the sun, but then that sun has the North Node on it, it suggests a person who has difficulty being themselves. And you would think the complete opposite with Trump, who's such a showman. Um, and I think it's
Well,
because, yeah.
I mean, so I mean, Rahu's also associated with, magician and like the trickster
Right.
illusions, all of this stuff. And so, one way
Totally.
of dealing with that anxiety about himself and how he's perceived can be to adopt these personas and this like kind of magician. I mean, Trump is basically a
Mm.
chaos magician, right? He is like,
Uranus on the
yeah,
sun with
yeah, with
Rahu.
the Rahu. I mean, yeah, that's not normal. And
Not at
um,
all, no.
the most remarkable thing about the chart to me is like this Jupiter stationing, right? And
I
when
agree.
Jupiter stations, that person is just so lucky when they're born on the day of Jupiter station. Like, I am a criminal defense attorney, and the clients I have that like have gotten away with murder, right? And like just
Yeah.
like skated by. They're born on the days of Jupiter stations. It's crazy. They're so lucky. Even
Mm.
when they don't deserve it, they're lucky, right? So
Right.
the Jupiter station to me really speaks to how Trump has been able to just like get
Mhm.
out of like one crisis after
Oh,
another. It's just like,
sure, sure.
it's never
But there's
ending.
something that dogging at his heels with Chiron there is reminding him. I would really like to learn more about his mother, because it's almost like every time he gets out of jail free card, it kind of reminds him. Because you also have to think that someone with Scorpio on the fourth house cusp, that's kind of like having a Scorpio moon, which is not really desirable. I'm not even sure that. I mean, I think Sag Moon is great personally, but I question it. This is where we talk about houses. Having that Sag Moon in the fourth house, especially on the South Node, that's
Yeah.
someone who's very rootless, who just feels man doesn't sleep. Who just never feels like even when there is this Jupiterian safety net, it seems like it reminds him of this eternal kind of gypsy quality to his life. And so it's like, oh, and I think this is interesting because it's like, oh, you're free, but no rest for the wicked. You've got to continue kind of slouching on. Maybe that's just one signifier of Saturn on Venus, which is does quite well in Cancer, is this like you don't get to rest. And then he's got Pluto and Mars. I call Mars, or not Mars, but any planet when it's like 3 to 1 degrees away from the ascendant. You would say it's conjunct the ascendant, and it is, but because it's on the side of the 12th house and not the first house, remember the ascendant is looking out at the sun rising on the horizon. I call it break of dawn energy. It's darkest before the dawn. And to have Mars, which is especially for a male, that get up and go energy, it's this feeling of um you're like this shrouded stranger in the desert and you can't sit down because the hyenas will eat you. Like Mars and Pluto in the 12th house, like that's like people coming after you all the time. And it may be the ghost of his past, his ancestral past, constantly nipping at his heels, that he has to work out something probably related to the Sagittarian side of Jupiter, which is instead of the Piscean, which is rest side of Jupiter, it's there's something about knowledge. And this is where, we kind of get into his dad too, and his dad's relationship with Tesla and Project Looking Glass and things like that. Is this is a man who perhaps it's not simply that he has maybe some wounds around um mother and the motherland, um but there's a sense of exile here, and there's a question of it makes me think of the Coen brothers film with Billy Bob Thornton and Scarlett Johansson. I believe it's called The Man Who Knew Too Much, and it's like he knows something. I love Sagittarius because it's so smart. It knows where things are going. It's the archer. It can see the hills in the distance and say, when I release the bow, that arrow is going in that direction. So he may have some sense of the geopolitical arc of things. I mean, not even getting into conspiracies like he has some kind of ability to understand the future or whatever. But he just may, through his own erudition, intuition, the people around him, know where things are going, and then be struck with that very human aspect of Uranus on Rahu on Sun in the 10th, kind of 11th house, of like, well, now I got to kind of Pac-Man my way through it. Like, I know what's going to happen, but then I have to be in all of these narrow mortal instances. I got to go to this press dinner and potentially get shot up. I got to go to Butler, Pennsylvania and have my ear grazed, right? Like, I have to go through these Jupiter stationing direct kind of merciful escapes of close calls, but it's reminding me of this, with Chiron there, and we get there from the moon, of this dogs at my heels kind of energy. Like, I got to get to he probably, I don't know, I think with someone with Pluto and Mars in the 12th house, they're yearning for death. Like, I got to get to that Sagittarian destination so I can just die and stop walking in this desert and living out this script that I already know. Whatever that script is. I mean, he's got that Aquarian 7th house, and the part of fortune conjunct it. So it's like he's got all these people he's got to meet. He's got to meet the wizard. He's got to meet the merchant. He's got to meet, the ugly woman that's really a princess in disguise. His Ceres is also in the 6th house, which I think is his mom as a domestic servant, kind of working her way up in a kind of Great Gatsby kind of way. Kind of a very American story. It's like all this questing energy is fueling him, and he's this incredibly dynamic summer energy with the full moon eclipse. But it's also, there's this karmic debt into it. Like, God, I just go back to Saturn on Venus. Like, does he even, like, he does it for the love of the game, but it's also like he's bound to do it. It's like very dutiful. It's like smashing rocks in the quarry in the prison yards. Like, you got to do it because you've seen the unspooling of where your destiny and where some kind of Aquarian collective destiny has to go. So get your punch card ready, and clock in. So, um whether people, I heard a theory that the correspondence dinner was a manufactured situation because they know the Trump's chart, and they know that basically people are coming for him. And my interpretation is that he's trying to get to some kind of final destination with Saturn on Venus, where the hyenas are not um biting his heels in the desert, and he's finally at home, a kind of game end, a kind of thin, the end, roll credits.
Right.
Because if you look at his rationale, he comes out after, and he's never attended those dinners before. He didn't do it during
I
his first
know. It was
term.
the first one he's ever attended.
Right. And
That
then he's up
correspondence
there,
dinner.
right. And you think Sagittarius and Gemini's the article, and then Sagittarius is like the press association. Like, he's got karma around knowledge in the press. And he doesn't go to these things, and then he goes, and there's so many cabinet members up there, which you're not supposed to do, to have all these people collected in one place, and then says, this is the reason we need the ballroom, which is a place for state functions. Typically, you hold these correspondent dinners at an external hotel. It's not, it wouldn't be at the ballroom. So there's this non sequitur, um, about needing, and why is he building the ballroom anyways? Because he claims it would be a drone proof facility in which to hold events. Like, he's trying to get into this container physically or metaphysically, where he doesn't have to keep efforting in this kind of endless journey. It's like he loves the journey, but he's only on the journey because he wants it to be done. The never-ending journey is there because he wants to complete it. And so he is interested. It's interesting to see these themes leak out of demolishing the east end of the White House, needing this kind of drone-proof facility, going to this event that he never goes to, clustered with all of his associates, and then saying like, "Oh yeah, like this is the reason why we need this ballroom because I need to be safe." It's like, uh, and then he almost dies, right? And that's literally what we're talking about: is death is the end of the journey. It's the 12th house.
Well,
It's
so
it's so interesting.
interesting thing about that ballroom, do you know that the architect and like the contractor that has like the main part of the contract for the ballroom is the same one that did the underground data center in the Pentagon?
Really?
And yes, and if you look into the ballroom, you'll see that it's basically just a front for a data center. That's a command and control AI data center, like right in the White House. That's what they want.
Which is very 11th
So
house. All that cancer
yeah,
is in the 11th house, which is Aquarian technologies.
yeah, and there's all of this stuff about them building super far underground when there's like
Mm-hmm.
seemingly no need to, right?
Yep.
All of this going on with that. I really liked what you said about Trump's chart, and especially how you mentioned, how he'll say things like, uh, I feel like one of the things with him is so this Jupiter is in the second house, which in Vedic astrology is associated with the voice. And it's said that people that have
Yes.
Jupiter in the second will speak eloquently,
That's right.
right? And
That's right.
he also has Mercury is out of bounds in declination. So what this means
Wow.
is that it's actually crossed, it's further north in the sky than the sun ever goes. This is called being out of bounds. It's a
Yeah.
declination aspect. It's a three-dimensional aspect. You can't see it on the chart.
That's
You have to
right.
consult other things for this.
That's right.
But it's said that when a planet is out of bounds, it behaves like wild, right? It goes
Yes.
feral, basically. And it's like
Feral,
either,
erratic.
yeah, it's extremely good or extremely bad and no in between, right? It's either like on
Mm.
fire or a train wreck, and very little middle ground, right? And
Mm.
I feel like that describes Trump's communication style. It's like he's gambling on this lucky Jupiter and just
Yeah.
saying stuff that he thinks people are gonna like, but he
Right.
goes outside the bounds so often, um,
Right.
and
And
he'll
it's
just
in
contradict what he
Cancer.
says. Yeah,
So it's contradictory. It's vacillatory. It waxes and wanes, right? It's like, oh, but it's so funny because the Cancer is the body politic. It's the moon body. It's the populace, and so it's like even the haters love him because it's so there's something there's a like a mesmerizing, almost a hypnotic
yeah,
quality
yeah.
about it, with Mercury and Cancer. And then it's going to go retrograde. His Mercury return is hyper extended across basically all of summer.
Mm.
It's gonna be in there from early June until we get into eclipses in August. And so we're really gonna see that kind of entranced quality. Um, but I think some things are also cutting through it. Like Saturn is going to come up to about 14 degrees uh Aries at that time, stationed retrograde at the end of July as we're coming out of this Mercury retrograde. And that's tough because Saturn's exalted in Libra. So when it's opposing that kind of safety net that we've articulated in the second house, in these Libra placements, you know, it's weird because it's not as material as a square, but it's a kind of this sense of like, oh, your tokens for kind of getting out of situations, especially in the second and eighth house, which deals with resources, scarcity, and abundance. It's like, how many chances do you have to kind of escape these close calls, and it doesn't necessarily mean assassination attempts. I think, again, to an 8 being resources, a lot of this is the trade wars and this idea that you can use this art of the deal of um, you know, positioning the person in a way to where they need you more than you need them, and keeping them kind of on their toes. There may be some kind of hard limits to that when Saturn comes up there and stations retrograde for a long time, going into eclipses in his 12th house of like hyenas and secret enemies, and this sense of like, I got to be honest. Like I'm not going to say the person's name. I'm going to call them out. That they're kind of very. A lot of people have seen this account. They're the kind of what I would call this materialist, rationalist, intellectual. Right? They're not into woo. They're not into astrology. They're not into spirituality. They comment on things like hot button topics like gender and city versus country and things like that. And back in May, they said by June, no one's going to be talking about Iran anymore. I'm calling it now. And I'm looking at Trump's chart and seeing that opposition from Saturn to his Jupiter and thinking, no way. June is
Yeah.
like 10 days away and we're still in it. And I'm not saying that's for a bad reason, like that there's going to be the worst of it, but I think it's this sense of like, something catching up to Trump, and then when there's this Thanatos, right, this Freudian death drive in his chart being activated by the eclipses, the eclipse and the new moon eclipse, with it on his Pluto, and then the south node will be on his Mars and his ascendant. There's this. I wonder. You wonder that if he kind of wants that because he's done. He feels like he's kind of done with the crown. I don't know, with the presidency,
Well, I think he
with the
may.
situation.
I think he may be done. Actually,
Yeah.
um, I think he might be finished. Because yeah, I don't know. I don't think it looks too good for Trump
Yes.
for the next couple of years. I feel like he's probably peaked at this point.
Exactly. Yeah. This
eh,
doesn't look like. Well said. This doesn't look like making hay energy. This looks like kind of being cornered.
yeah, yeah, and we'll get into that as we go forward. I Yeah, let's go on, and I pulled some quotes that applied to this chart, which from these old books, which I thought were kind of interesting, wanted to share. I know you guys always like when I pull out from the old text. So this is Firmicus Maternus. So in this section of the book, he describes how to delineate these charts, right? And he looks at, you want to look at the moon and basically the last aspect it made versus the next aspect it's going to make. So in this case, we have the moon here at 21 degrees Sag. It's separating from a sextile with Jupiter in Libra and applying to an opposition with the sun at 22 Gemini. Those are the next two aspects it will make. Um, so that gives us this next thing where it squanders the paternal and maternal patrimony, meaning like inheritance, from various abuses and alienates them from the parents, or settles them on a long foreign journey, makes them exiles, others fugitives, imposes the slavery of disrespectable captivity on others, especially if the sun or moon is found in House of Mars or Saturn. So it's really the first part that applies to Trump, right? And so this is something that you mentioned, Paul, about like the difficult, the alienation from his mother, and living in his father's shadow, and
Right.
all of this. Firmicus is also pulling at the same thing. And then the next quote I had was, so you can also do this if you apply it with, I find, with Firmicus, with the declination of the moon. So these are the vertical aspects. This is parallel and contraparallel aspects. You can find these on like AstroSeek or any of your astrology software if you have it. Otherwise, you have to consult a special ephemeris. But basically, I find that they work sometimes even better with declination. And so if we do that on Trump's chart, this is the result we get. So if it's waxing in light, flowing away from Saturn and conjoining Venus, it makes great men, nobles, and powerful people, lucky, well supplied, rich, and indeed with great authority, but savage, lustful, and those who are struck with a grave, bad reputation due to these things. All right? That's the quote that applies to Trump's chart in this case. So I'm going to kind of make a case here about Trump and his character going forward with all of these things here, right? So here we have Valens. Valens is talking about the triple conjunction of Saturn, Mercury, and Venus that we just saw earlier in the 12th house, all in Cancer, 12th, 11th house. It makes intelligent, clever individuals shrewd in business enterprises. They become covetous of others' goods. They're unsteady and hasty in their first enterprises. Right? This is describing Trump very well. They're seekers of curious lore, flexible, healing, enjoying newness, change, and travel. So now, the other thing is it says if Mars is in aspect from the right, these men fall into disturbances and trials because of poisonings, because of females, or because of legacies, and who suffer a loss of livelihood or an afflicting accusation after being wronged by women. I believe that this part of the delineation applies to Trump's chart because Mars is rising and it's in the sign following all of this stuff in Cancer. Yeah, I think that Mars is that we can read this triple conjunction as kind of afflicted by Mars, and there's other things that in his chart that talks about women. There's all of these references to women both giving him property and taking it away, right? And women being the source of his gain and also the source of his loss. And Trump did do these beauty pageants, right? And even child
Right.
beauty pageants, things like
Interesting.
this. So I also wanted to say that here that he does have a great signature because he gets this delineation here. It says, will be the very best of all. In the end of his life, he will be fortunate and he will acquire property. He will live many years when the stars have gone into light. So there's also a mention in Rhetorius of him losing a son not returning from a trip abroad.
Yeah.
These are just interesting things I want to point out because when I go forward, it kind of sets the stage for what I'm going to talk about. Here, we also have more stuff. So this is Rhetorius and Firmicus. So Venus being in the side of the bad daemon. All right, so by day, it signifies those who are badly and violently ruined by women according to the physical nature of the signs. All right, so if Venus is with Saturn and he's going to be ruined by a woman according to the nature of the sign. So it's in Cancer. That means mother, children, the household, that type of thing is how he's going to be ruined is, kind of through the wife or the home, right? Like that's like the Cancer is the mother figure.
Right.
Firmicus says that Mercury and Venus together in the 12th house by day make lovers and those laboring due to the vice of loves, but open and known to everyone in these vices. But on account of this, it will make them be indicted, will compel them to be condemned from being informed on for this, and will make them die violent deaths on account of these defects of the soul which we stated. Right? And so this is talking about love affairs and scandals being the undoing, right? Right here in Firmicus Maternus. So that's, we're starting to see a theme here, right? Now, this is the last one, and then we'll go back to the charts, I promise, guys. It says, this here says, that if Saturn and Venus are side by side, they marry unworthy women and stirs up the miserable misfortunes of marriages, sterile or weak wives. They have children either late or never, and he did only have kids once he got into his 40s. And basically, this is, kind of casting disfavorable things on his children, right? You can read this broadly as like it's bad for his offspring, right? Now, we've got here in the inner wheel, we have Donald Trump and Melania's composite astrology chart. So this is a new chart that I've looked at that I want to take a look at, because these composite charts can show you relationships between two people. The way you do them is you take basically the midpoints between all of the planets in the chart, and that gives you a new chart, right? So it is a way to look at how the transits are going to affect relationships. And this Venus retrograde period we see here is affecting their chart. I'm going to go through this in detail, but we see that the Venus down here is retrograding in their composite third and fourth house. All right. Now, Venus is going to conjunct the sun here at 0 degrees Scorpio. And why is this important for Donald and Melania Trump and his wife? Why? Well, to start the story, we actually need to go all the way back to October 1998, right? So Trump and Melania were reportedly introduced at a party in September of 1998. And then they started dating, right? So very close thereafter, they started dating. We have a superior conjunction of Venus. So Venus conjoins the sun around this time. Now, if you there's this thing in astrology called the Venus star point cycle. And so when this point is activated by future Venus retrograde cycles, it will be significant for their relationship, right? So we notice here that the superior conjunction is at 7 degrees of Scorpio, right? Now, if we go forward to October 2018, right? This is when Melania did an interview with ABC News to address rumors of her and Donald getting divorced, and said, no, we're fine. We're totally good, right? Everything is normal, all of this. She did this a week after Venus stationed retrograde, right at the same point that it was when they got together. So they got together around this Venus Cazimi in Scorpio, the superior conjunction. Here in this retrograde in 2018, she is addressing rumors about their relationship. Now, the reason why this is relevant is because this retrograde I showed you before is a repeat of this Venus in Scorpio retrograde. And you can see patterns like this come up in relationships, like in romantic relationships, it syncs to the Venus cycle very cleanly. And so, I mean, looking at this, it doesn't look good. It's Venus actually stations direct on the composite Jupiter. Now, Jupiter is in the third house, and it's the ruler of the fifth in this composite chart. So it's speaking about children. And also the moon is in the fifth house in this composite chart.
And it's back in Sagittarius again, which is similar to his birth chart, where we have Black Moon Lilith and the moon in Sagittarius. And then that composite, right, goes back to that Jupiter in Libra. There's something about, again, because his father married an immigrant, and it's interesting, again, with this kind of dualistic Trump, there and it being mediated as well by this kind of Gemini Sag axis with a little bit of Cancer thrown in. It's like you see what's going on, but you don't really, it's again kind of hypnotic. You don't really register it. Like you think about, um, I don't know, let's look at his antithesis, like the Obamas, right? This kind of you meet people in this kind of American milieu, whereas Melania is in the way that she speaks too. You were talking about also Jupiter in his second house of the voice, but it's in Libra, so it's like the voice of others. Like she has this kind of halting, kind of very stern way of talking, which is very different from his kind of cascading, rolling, kind of vivacious. It's an odd pairing in a way. And
Yeah,
I think it comes down again to his, his Scottish mother, and that's a very particular way of talking, marrying his kind of upwardly mobile dad. And there's something interesting in this composite chart that there's Black Moon Lilith and the moon again in Sagittarius, disposited by that Jupiter in Libra. There's something about the partner being from the fringes that is him working out something about himself. I think this kind of
yeah.
dualistic nature, and I mean, you could go so far as to say that I'm not going to say like she's a plant, but there's a tension in
Well,
himself.
yeah,
Yeah.
I have a theory about that. I have a theory about Melania.
Yeah.
So we're gonna get into that.
Yeah.
So the last thing I wanted to note is like the Venus and Mercury are both going to retrograde here along the IC of the composite chart. So this is like, secrets and family kind of themes coming up for them. This is also linked to the Venus cycle when Trump and Melania first got together. So my first prediction is that Trump and Melania and their relationship and a scandal related to it is going to be in the news during this Venus retrograde. Probably pretty close in time to when a station's retrograde, I would expect. Now, what is that going to be, right? Well, I have a theory for you guys, and it's you're going to want to strap in for this one. All right, so I'm going to go forward and I'm going to show you a lot of different composite charts made up of all the people that are involved here. So, basically, we have, here we go, Barron Trump and Donald Trump. And then we're also going to examine Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump. We will also examine Jeffrey Epstein and Melania Trump, as well as Jeffrey Epstein and Barron Trump. And I think we are going to find a common pattern in all of these that may reveal something surprising, where is Jeffrey Epstein Barron Trump's real father? That's the question before us right now. And I think that what happens on around at the beginning of October will tell us. And I think this will be in the news. This is Barron Trump and Donald Trump's composite chart. We have the Venus stationing right on the Jupiter and Ketu. Jupiter's in the 5th house. We have Saturn conjunct Mars, the moon activating it too. There's a lot going on with this activation, with this composite chart. We also have there's just, so basically Saturn has also stationed, and it's opposite the moon here, or opposite the sun here. Like this is like the kind of full moon moment for the Saturn cycle, right? When it's opposite the sun, and it's in the 5th from their composite moon, which is conjunct Chiron. There's all of these child themes coming up.
It's crazy.
I mean, I'm seeing this is like stressful for them, right? This is going to be stressful on their relationship, Barron and Donald Trump, right? So now we can come back to these charts, but I just want you guys to see what I'm seeing. So because there's like synchronous activation across all these charts at the exact same time. So the next one we've got is Yeah, Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. All right. So what's happening on this day for Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein's composite chart? Well, Saturn's activating the sun, Neptune, up, like node up, like all of this stuff, right? Okay. So the Saturn Sun opposition is activating all of the Rahu, Ketu illusions, Neptune,
Mm.
Mercury, trickster, all of this, all these secrets are coming out. Jupiter is conjunct the composite Pluto, right? Mars conjunct the composite Jupiter. Uranus conjunct the composite Mars. I
That's a big
mean,
one.
um, yeah. So, and it's also this retrograde's happening in the first house of the composite chart. This Venus retrograde. So this chart's being lit up, right, on the same day. And now, if we go forward and look, here's Jeffrey Epstein and Melania, right? This is their composite chart, kind of spicy here, right? Now, what do we have here? We've got Saturn and Mars conjunct.
Ouch.
We've got Ketu, nodal return, like, I mean, Chiron and Rahu. What else do you see here, Paul? I mean, like, this is
Well,
and
what
then,
I was thinking about when you did Trump's and Epstein's
oh yeah,
composite with the transits
we go
against
back.
it, uh, um, I I latched on to Uranus on Mars because that's disposited by Mercury on the seventh house cusp, and um, that that's almost like the something gets, and then it's in the eighth house of secrets, right? Something gets pulled out about um communications between those two, because that's always like
Yeah,
a speculate, like how much did they talk, like Trump went there once but then communicated with him briefly or whatever. And there's no angle in me saying that. I'm not saying that they had more communication than they let on. Maybe it's even less, but it's interesting to me that Mercury um is so close to an angle, and that means that something about the inherent dynamic, when I look at ascendant descendant, it tells me, like, especially if we're doing like composite stuff, it tells me the inherent dynamic. Is it two home buddies who sit at home and communicate telepathically because she's doing cross stitching while he like flicks through the channels? Like, that's the type of stuff that a planet on an axis will tell us. And so with Mercury there then being kind of lit up because he's dispositing this electrifying shock to Mars in the eighth house of secrets, it's like what we have come to think of the dynamic will be kind of filled in. And
yeah.
it's because we're getting all these mercurial details, and it'll probably be quite fast. And it's interesting. I think that's something that is kind of co-present with a lot of these charts is that um if there isn't a lot of cloaking, there's a lot of speed. And that's something that we notice. There's a tweet I saw the other day that there's a resonance field around Trump, that it's it's something like a black hole, but then things bounce off of him. And it might be this quality of speed, like you just get so much information put out at once that people don't even register that. um it's again like with the Melania thing,
Well,
you're
I mean, he
looking
may
right at
try
it.
and do a blitzkrieg to distract from
Right,
this with like the UFO, our
right.
demons, or something. Like, say something ridiculous just to take attention away from it. I don't know.
Exactly. And so you can't exactly. That's what I'm trying to say is that whenever you are working with a stressed Mercury, you're looking at a situation in which context is being degraded, and information without context is chaos. And then we have that chaos planet again, Uranus, which is on his sun and his birth chart, on Mars, then disposited by that Mercury on an angle. And it's almost like it's interesting to me. This is something I've been thinking about recently, again, going back to what you just said about demons and UFOs and aliens, is there is this sense of a growing, it goes back to even what you said even earlier about the dream space. There is this sense that people are putting more effort into cleaning up data and recontextualizing data that's swimming, it's free range data, it's contextless. And I wonder if there's going to be this kind of, honestly, whenever I see Venus retrograde in Scorpio, and then you were talking about being close to the composite fourth house, which is about like paternity. But anyway, Venus retrograde in Scorpio is always a declassified. There's leakers, there's whistleblowers, there's moles,
Yeah.
there's
Well, one
distractions.
interesting the Venus in retrograde event, Venus retrograde in Scorpio event was the War of the Worlds broadcast. The original War of the Worlds broadcast took
Yes,
place during Venus retrograde in
it's,
Scorpio, and
it's
everyone thought it
hoaxes.
was real. It was a
Yeah,
massive hoax, massive hoax.
right. Look over
So,
here as all of
yeah.
this data about maybe the true frequency or the context in which their communications happened gets kind of dumped out there. So I thought that was interesting.
Yeah. So, I also see, um, like basically all of these charts getting activated. Here, let's even take a look at um, Barron Trump and Jeffrey Epstein's composite chart, right? So, we would expect there to be activation in this chart if it was true, right? And I mean, we see here that the nodes, made it really small. The node here is exactly conjunct the composite Venus Sun conjunction. And Mars activates the moon in an exact opposition. And then
Wow.
Chiron is like right on their composite Mars. And yeah, the Venus retrograde is taking place exactly on the midheaven of this
That's
composite
intense.
chart.
Wow.
So I'm seeing all of these charts getting activated, and I'm thinking, all right, well, there was a rumor that Melania Trump was here on a illegal visa provided by Jeffrey Epstein. This has been the rumor for years, right? And basically, if we put two and two together, then we can also look at basically just Barron Trump's birth chart, which I don't have here. But Barron Trump was born in 2006, March of 2006. So he's basically like 2005, summer of 2005 is when Melania would have gotten pregnant with him. And 2005, 2006 is when Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein had their very public falling out. And he was no longer welcome
Wow.
at Mar-a-Lago, right?
Mm.
Now, to the timing all lines up too, because if we go through Trump's timeline, right? So Trump is about to enter a moon Mahadasha. The last two times he had this Antardasha activated, sex scandals came to the public. The first time was in 1997 and 1998. This was the first time he was sued for sex scandals, and he was divorced before that, but he got divorced again 1997, 1998. And then he had another period where he ended up, he did a lot of activity in 2013 and 2014. He ended up getting sued for later. And all of this stuff basically came out against Trump when he ran for president in 2016. Now, that was the start of his Jupiter Mahadasha. So the events that start at the beginning of the Mahadasha tend to tell you what's going to happen going forward. And for Trump's chart, all of that stuff that we talked about before with Venus and Saturn conjunct in Cancer, that means that when the moon Mahadashas happen, that's when you get that Venus-Saturn energy coming to the fore. Now, it's funny because both Donald and Barron Trump in October of 2026 will be in moon and Tardasha periods. In Trump's chart, his moon is in his fifth house, which is the house of children, fifth whole sign house. And in a Barron's chart, his moon is in his ninth whole sign house, which is the house of the father in Vedic astrology. And so there's like all of this father-son stuff coming up.
Yeah.
I think that the reason why the Epstein files haven't been completely released is because of this. It makes a lot of sense. So I also just want you guys to see this. I mean, this is young Jeffrey Epstein and Barron Trump. I mean, I can kind of see it, like it kind of looks a little bit more like Epstein than he does Trump. I don't know. I mean, the hair and the nose,
The
and the
nose.
eyes and the eyebrows.
Eyebrows, yeah.
So, I understand this was probably a little bit disorganized in how I've gone about this, but let's go back and clean things up then. All right. So basically what we see here is Venus is stationing retrograde at the same degree that there was a Venus Cazimi when Trump got married or Trump met Melania, right? So this retrograde is going to be about their relationship. And, it's like, what could it be about, right? Everyone knows they have a dysfunctional relationship, right? Everyone knows that there's this kind of like, he makes jokes about her, how she hates him, basically. He makes jokes in press conferences. Oh, my wife told me not to say this.
Right.
I think that this whole thing is going to get blown up. I know that's my schizo take. I mean, what do you think, Paul? I mean, which of these do you want to go back to, if any of these charts? Do you want to look at each of their charts individually? I mean, we could do a lot from here to kind of
I want to look
yeah.
real quick at the Trump Epstein chart.
That's the one here.
Yeah. So, okay. Vertex at 19 degrees Aries, that's interesting. What is okay, so the midheaven at 21 degrees Cancer. What is that what is that body at 3 degrees Taurus? Is that an asteroid
3 degrees of
in
Taurus
the
is,
composite?
that's a Hygeia. It's
That's
like a,
Hygeia. Oh
yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Kind of a transpersonal planet, kind of a
Yeah, I
centaur.
have a lot of stuff on here. Yeah, I just kind of, I maybe
Interesting.
should have cleaned up the displayed points
No,
before we did the show, but I
that's
didn't.
cool.
This
Hygeia.
is what I look at.
That's really cool. Well, the reason is I wanted to one of the big things that happened astrologically. So you focused on 2005 and 2006 as when there was this falling out. Is that we discovered Eris, and Eris is this idea that Eris, that as it's named after, comes to this party of attractive goddesses and deities, and is this kind of, for lack of a better phrase, this kind of pick me girl and throws an apple, golden apple, of discord into the party, and causes the women to fight over it. And it's this kind of this kind of party or like beauty pageant gone wrong. It's a very Aries kind of Libra story. And so I wanted to look at that composite because that falling out coincided with the discovery of um, that kind of that strange body. And when we discover stuff, it's very pertinent to things that are happening in the collective. Like when we discovered Chiron in the 70s, we found it in Taurus. And so when we're having basically the return of Chiron this summer to where it was when we discovered it, it's kind of a collective Chiron return. And so it's important to always, when we're understanding Chiron, to understand the conditions under which we discovered it. So it's going to have that earthy kind of Taurian quality of needing to whatever it is, whatever kind of interpretation we're doing for a composite chart or a birth chart, it is this kind of, you think of Taurus as like Earth Day, is like your kind of integration, right? It's interesting that we discovered Eris under Aries, which is this rather selfish energy that's at odds with partnerships, and it creates discord um, because there's jealousy and there's favoritism, and there's this question of which one are you going to go with. And I find that fascinating in the context of the argument thing, because that would be very much a kind of energy if you have someone like Melania kind of going between um two men or something like that. It seems very much like an Eris coded narrative. um so of course, so you're saying like there was this falling out when Eris was discovered in Aries, and you're aligning it with this other narrative of a love triangle. And by the way, anytime when you have Venus retrograde in Scorpio, it reveals triangular relationships. That goes for like financial stuff and insider trading too. I saw someone kind of mention in the chat that um that this may be some kind of insider trading scandal. I mean, a lot of these things can happen concurrently or concurrently, but yeah, it does kind of indicate that that there is some kind of like third party situation involved, I think, in their marriage. And the degree to which Epstein plays a part of that is, it's interesting throwing in the Eris aspect that there is. The Chiron thing too with him and Baron is interesting because again, that's another Venusian sign. It seems, and of course, all that we know about the files too, it seems like there's this weird kind of curatorial aspect going on. I saw some other things in the chat where people were talking about since Barron, they're saying, but he looks like Trump, and yet he's so tall, right? And then people are saying alien genetics and Nephilim and all of that. It's there's something, and this is something I mentioned to you in the pre-chat, is there's something kind of like weird genetically going on here. Even
Yeah.
people who are kind of uh, huge Trump supporters, but astrologers I've seen say like there's something kind of rather arranged about Trump and Melania, energetically, genetically, astrologically, and it may, aligning a lot of this stuff that you talked about with Eris and the upcoming Venus retrograde, and then knowing again that a lot of Trump's chart is this recessed side of him of trying to keep family affairs under wraps. It does. It kind of seems the back half of 2026 is crazy. It does kind of seem as if the scaffolding of his relationships, how they came to be. Again, the composite fourth house, with Venus going retrograde. The fourth house is how things end and begin. It's
Hmm.
you know, the waters of the womb, and then the tomb that you go back to at the end of your life. There's something about maybe the background architecture of his relationships, again going back to his Mercury being inflamed by Uranus on the composite Mars and the Epstein Trump chart. There's something about the background architecture of relationships and how they've came to be that will, I think, dissolve the Leo show. The you know, the South Node going through his 12th house. It's dissolving the illusion of the show being put on, and causes people to feel like, okay, a lot of these pieces have been put on this on the stage in a pageantry in a way that is very destabilizing to me ideologically. I don't, you know, it could, I think, affect his audience and his following and his supporters, is the ability to maintain allegiance through this. I'm not saying it's going to go away, but it's obviously going to be affected by this information coming out about the latent architecture of um, his family tree and his own kind of immediate family.
Yeah. The latent architecture, that's a great way to describe it. Well, I mean, so this is Trump and Epstein's composite chart for 9 months before Barron Trump is born. Right now, this would have been around the time Melania would have been impregnated, right? So we see Mars and Jupiter activating the Sun Neptune opposition and the nodes. It's a nodal return. However, what I think is more interesting
Yeah.
than this chart for this is actually if we go and look at just Donald Trump's chart for that period of time. If we look at Donald Trump and uh, just pull up his chart and then go back to June 20th, 2005, we will see what's happening. Well, Trump is having a recurrence transit. Some of you astrology nerds in the audience who have watched Chris Brennan in the last few months will have known that he recently did an episode about recurrence transits, and that when a transit recurs in the natal chart and it happens in the same position, then the energy of that natal promise of that energy is brought forward in their life. Now, what did we read about the energy of Venus conjunct Saturn in Cancer? Well, it's going to be his undoing. It's going to be a betrayal by a woman. It's going to be being harmed by a woman. He's not going to be able to produce kids because this is the aspect in his chart that says he will have kids not at all or late. So it would be the exact wrong time for him to be able to conceive under one of these recurrence transits. So if the recurrence transit theory holds at all, the time when Barron Trump was supposed to be conceived, Donald Trump would be at is like a recurrence of this sterility and aspect of the Saturn conjunct Venus that's here at his natal chart. So I don't think that Trump is Barron's father. I don't know. That's my take. What do you think?
It's interesting. Someone said that there are in the chat contracts everywhere, and there is something, um, you know, there's something, whether it's genetic engineering or test tube babies or something like that. It is interesting. Um, he's going to have that Venus return coming up as well too here in June, with Jupiter, which will repeat um, uh,
Here, I can
August
pull it up.
2001 and June 2002, which would have been 3 and 4 years respectively prior. And so what was happening then, because he was also having at those times, again, August 01, June 02, June '05 here. Um, Also August of last year, and then June of this year. A lot of June type stuff, a lot of August stuff. It's kind of a like on a summer cycle here. He's having these Venus returns around his Saturn. Um, some of them, many of them, '01, '02, last August, and this June. The only one, when you pointed out in '05, the Jupiter wasn't there. And Jupiter is, again, a very important planet to him because it rules his moon. And in his composite chart with Melania, rules that moon as well. So it not being present in that '05 chart is kind of conspicuous, and you would want that. Jupiter's Jove, he's pregnancy. So you want that Jupiter present at that time, and it's not. In fact, what you have instead is the moon in its domicile getting brutalized by Saturn. So there's something. I agree that there's something that this is parallelized with these times in the summer where he is having some kind of recurrence of karmic lessons, and at this particular window he doesn't have that Jupiterian blessing, and it feels very engineered with the Saturn on that moon. It feels like she is kind of, even though she's in her home sign, really constrained by that, especially since he's having his Saturn return too. And it's like a planned pregnancy, an engineered pregnancy by
Also,
another
yeah,
father.
Pluto on his Ketu and moon as well.
Oh
It's
yeah.
like destruction of his legacy and his like progeny and all of this.
And again, some kind of outside calculating force coming in and almost,
Yeah.
who knows, even astrologically saying like, we need to get this bun in the oven now so that like 9 months from now we can have this particular birth chart. It
Yeah.
definitely seems like this is like people coming in with the steering wheel and saying that there's not a lot of joyousness
Well,
here
yeah,
of a
no.
birth
This
that's
basically,
spontaneous.
yeah, this period of time, this June 2005, where Baron would have been conceived, it's got cuck energy, right? I mean, Trump's
Right,
being
that third party
fucked over
energy.
here. Yeah, like it's this. He's at an all-time low with the recurrence of the Saturn Venus conjunction with Mercury there. It's just
Mercury
like,
there, wow.
yeah, like
Wow, that's crazy.
I don't know. This doesn't seem like the time he would be impregnating his wife, right? Jupiter's conjunct Ketu.
Do
It
you know what
just
this reminds me of? Have you seen Mulholland Drive
yes,
by David Lynch? So it reminds me of that scene when they're filming the kind of '50s bubblegum pop scene of Every Little Star. Um, and um, Adam is the director. He wears the horn-rimmed glasses, and he sees Naomi Watts over his shoulder. But there's these two kind of shadowy Plutonian slash Saturnian men in black suits, um, who congratulate him really coldly and say like, um, excellent choice, Adam. You've selected the right girl for this future film. And he's looking over his shoulder, and it's a close up of his eyes and Naomi Watts's eyes, and he realizes that his free will has been delimited by the presence of these producers in the situation, and he's kind of trapped in the director's chair of the show must go on, and yet realizing that he's kind of caught in this matrix of all these vested interests, and that's what that 2005 chart looks to me, is where they kind of like coldly put their hand on his shoulder and say, you know, you've made the right choice, but the element of choice is been so engineered in there that you know, even if it is his biological son, there's something in there where it feels like if it's some kind of bargaining chip, that they, you know, they need some kind of successor, um, that is that can be compromised or something like that. It feels like it really kind of plugs into him in a way where um it's controlling his power and his ability to kind of move freely. That Saturn jammed up in there with the moon and Mercury is very telling. That's really um and it's all kind of happening out in the open, right? Like it's a set. There's people that are doing the audio visual. It doesn't seem like anything kind of criminal or anything's being held for ransom, or there's any kind of
I mean, I imagine he may have agreed to it, you know? Like, I don't know as if he
right.
necessarily objected to this, Trump. Like, I mean, you know, I mean, people, so people may have their own beliefs about Trump, whether he's, you know, whatever he is. I mean, my personal opinion is that he is just one of the players in the game and is made more than a lot of them. So
Mm,
he's like he's been anointed, let's say. And so
yeah.
all of this you know, Epstein degeneracy is up to his eyeballs and that stuff. That's my personal opinion. Um, you know, allegedly, obviously. Uh, I mean, I think the I wanted to look at this comment where this person asked, Zero Gold asked, why isn't this conceiving energy? From what I see, he's experiencing Saturn return. Mercury with Venus seems active too. So, thing is, the combination
Mm,
of Mercury, Saturn, and Venus. So, all of the old texts say that this combination of planets gives effeminacy, sterility. You know, it makes men effeminate, it makes women masculine. Right? These planets getting together. You know, Venus, Mercury, and Saturn are not good influences on Venus, especially when they're together. Um,
mm,
you see this a lot with like LGBT people and other people involved in other kind of, you know, weird non-traditional sexual arrangements. You know, it's to see Venus, Saturn, and Mercury, and then Mars. You know, it's just like also Mars being rising in his chart,
mm.
and during that time in 2005, the Mars was square all his stuff in Cancer. So it just and then it just doesn't and his dashas weren't favorable either. I I just I don't see this time period as being really that good for him, and it's just so suspicious that this is the exact period of time which Donald Trump publicly says is about when he cut ties with Jeffrey Epstein. It just happened to be after the time period where Melania would have been impregnated with Barron.
What was the thing that you mentioned in 2013, 2014?
Yes. So in 2013, 2014, so this was going on his Mahadashas. So he's going to be in a Moon Mahadasha, Moon Antardasha in November of this or October of this year. And the last time he was in one was Rahu Moon. That was in 2013 and 2014. Now, he committed a lot of sexual abuses then that he later ended up getting sued for after 2016 and onward. In fact, a lot of the lawsuits came after 2016. But the time period before that with the moon period was also associated, and that was in 1997 and 1998. So
Mm. My son
he also
Saturn
had
was in Aries.
lawsuits and a divorce and all of this. And so every time the moon Antardasha comes up for him, its problems with women get activated because he has that Venus and Saturn ruled by Cancer, ruled by the moon. So anytime the moon's
Right.
antardasha comes up, you get that Venus Saturn theme. And so that happened in 1997, 1998 when he got divorced and had these scandals, the first lawsuits against him. It happened again in 2013, 2014. Now, it didn't come to light immediately because it was a Rahu moon period. And so Rahu kept the misbehavior obscured, right?
Sure. Mhm.
But then once we entered the Jupiter Mahadasha, everything has come out since then. And basically, as soon as he switched to Jupiter Mahadasha, he started running for president. All of these sexual scandals started coming out. Now we are going to enter in October the Jupiter Moon Dasha period, which is going to bring forward all of these sex scandals again. So we are going to have Trump, Melania, and Epstein, and honestly, my money's on Barron too, all being wrapped up in some kind of scandal during this Venus retrograde. And I think that they will throw everything they can at the wall to distract from this. They will do anything because this is nuclear red alert. This is the house of cards falling down. This is everything blowing up and getting super hyper fucked. So
Yeah.
they've got to pull out all the stops. And so it's going to be demons. It's going to be aliens. It's going to be any kind of fantastical bullshit to make you not look at your face in the reality and realize that your leader was cucked by Epstein and has been raising his kid. Right? That's your MAGA patriot. The irony is so delicious. Like, all of you morons that voted for Trump, this is what you get.
Yeah, someone's saying that's like right before midterms.
Yes, it's also right before the midterms. The October surprise is going to be this. That's what I think.
You know, it's interesting because, okay, 97, 98, that's when Saturn went into Aries. But I was looking at, because when you said 2013, 2014, immediately what I thought was that hellish retrograde that we had from Mars in the spring and in Libra. I hated that. That was terrible. And it just
Yeah.
went on forever. I mean, just retrograde all through March and April during Aries season, all the way into May. And as soon as it ended, then Trump was having his Mercury return, and it literally goes retrograde at 3 degrees and Cancer about a week out from his birthday. So that spring, so when you said like 2013, 2014, I thought of that stretch and thought, well, that was not a cozy, because then that would have been on his that Mars would have been retrograding on his Chiron.
Yeah.
And then as he was having that, followed by a Mercury retrograde as he's having his natural Gemini solar return. And that Mercury retrograde is a kind of withdrawn Mercury return, because he gets his station, he gets the return, and then it retrogrades back onto his sun while he's having that solar return, saying like something about like your solar legacy isn't quite what you think it's going to be. Again, after he's had that Mars retrograding on his Chiron, that plugging that into the conversation, that window of time kind of suggests you know, it'd be interesting what was happening in Barron's life then too. So it would have been, you know, like a young child.
Yeah, like
That's
9 years old. Yeah, so this
mm-hmm.
is the time period you're talking about where he had this Mercury retrograde at 3
Yeah,
degrees.
yeah.
Yeah.
And like Jupiter and Cancer again, right? Like blowing up
Oh, yeah.
that was the time that was when it was in Cancer. You know, we talked about how it wasn't there in 2005 in the summer and in June. That was the one June of the 0102 last year, and this upcoming in a few days or few weeks rather. That was the summer that it was in Cancer, and it was happening concurrent with this weird Mercury return / retrograde after we had this horrid Mars retrograde on his Jupiter Chiron, opposite Uranus, and okay, like in a T square with Pluto in his fifth house of children. Pluto as the apex of the T square.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's legacy all over. There was something that summer where it was like you thought I don't know. It's interesting in this conversation, like again, how much I intuitively agree with you, like when you say like he was maybe like complicit in this again in the same way that like going back to that Mulholland Drive example, like the director is kind of complicit in the structures of power that are limiting his own power. That's such a 12th
Mm,
house sabotagey thing too. That's such a Pluto in the 12th house
yeah.
kind of thing. Like you're complicit in the you feed the hyenas while they're like trying to eat you. You're like throwing them like
Yeah.
little
Yeah.
scraps. I don't know, maybe because you're like an adrenaline junkie or something. So it's like it's something like where maybe he in that slice of that 2014 spring, it was like maybe he got some information that he was not very pleased about at all. And it maybe would have to do with paternity or some kind of, since it was, I find it interesting that Jupiter was on his Venus and Saturn then right as he's having that Mercury retrograde after Mars retrograde. There is something
Yeah.
where
Yeah. And that would have
he's getting
been,
info. He's like, "Oh, this
yeah.
is not
Yeah.
this is not what I had planned as far
Well,
as
it
my
would have
legacy."
been the nodal reversal of
Oh,
when of because it's 9 years. It's Barron's 9 years old in 2014,
oh,
right?
interesting. Right,
So
right.
so it's the nodal reversal of when he's born, and so maybe that's when he learns that it's not actually his kid. That's one possibility. Um,
Is
I
something at home that you thought was going in a certain direction is revealed to not be the case at all.
yeah, yeah,
And it's
and like
shocking too, because it's opposing that Mars is opposing that Uranus in the eighth house of things we share and trust, a car, a bathroom, a
mm,
child, an estate. It's like, oh, I thought that like we shared it, but some third party comes in here in the fifth house and is like, that's my dinner, you know?
well, let's take a look at like what's coming up for Barron, right, in the near future. Let's take a look at that and see, because um, he's got that fifth house Saturn in Leo down there, and later on in the summertime,
Mm,
there's going to be a conjunction of the Sun and Jupiter
yep.
right there on Barron's fifth house Saturn, and there's going to be, um, actually, look at this, a full moon. We're going by the hours now. Actually, the full moon is perfected at 6 degrees, 2 degrees away. So here
Oh
we
yeah,
go. We
that's
have
right. That there's
a
that full
full
moon there
moon
opposite.
here,
That's incredible. Wow.
July 29th.
That's
And it's
really
the full moon is
something.
conjunct
It comes to
Pluto
Pluto. Yeah, that's
in
really
his
something.
11th house.
Wow.
Um,
Near the
yeah, and
Juno too. Juno's
uh,
interesting because that's a marriage partner signifier. And Pluto on transiting Juno, it's the collective is realizing that, these partnerships may in fact be somewhat manufactured. Pluto is, rather it's discovered in the 30s, when even death was manufactured. It was like a horrible, all this extermination of people, right? It was this kind of cold
mhm.
rationalism, keeping ledgers of things and just the automated killings and things like that. And so it's interesting with Juno there, it's kind of like this the collective at this full moon realizing that there's probably be some things with celebrities too, just the kind of the partnerships around them are all like handlers and stuff like that. It's not
Yeah.
it's not romantic.
Well, so, and it just doesn't let up from there, because, like, then a few weeks later, if we go to the October retrograde, the Venus stationing retrograde here for Barron, uh, we have um, Mars on his Saturn. All right.
Mm,
So on the actual day here, yeah, Mars is right here on his
wow.
Saturn on the day of the Venus retrograde that we've been talking about. Um,
Wow.
Neptune is on his sun and Rahu. His identities
Neptune
being
on
called into
Sun,
question, dissolved.
that's tough. That is, yeah, Neptune on Sun is
Uh,
hardcore.
even Vesta here is getting activated by the moon, and Vesta can sometimes represent like the home and like the family and
Certainly.
lineage and stuff like that. Um,
I think it also represents the attitudes towards cleanliness and virginity in the family too, because it's the
mm,
Vestal Virgin. And the idea that you withgo the kind of the standard earthly plane to tend to the flame of the Roman populace. You it's the symbol of the flame that the Vestal Virgins tend to, so that's running 24/7. um is this aspect of servitude. You sacrifice having a normal life because people can come to the temple where you tend the flame, and your vow of virginity um is for the greater good, right? And so
yes,
it's
yes,
it's often a place where someone is very fervent, right? Because they've taken it, this alchemical sexual energy, and if it's conjunct a planet in a birth chart, or in a kind of like a transit like this, it can burn that planet out. That flame can eviscerate this tender Cancer moon, and can kind of stress the health. And is the health stressed because Neptune is dissolving the sun, which is the dispositor of that Saturn being torn up by Mars? Like, oh, my whole latent architecture of my origin is stressed because I'm seeing uh, either I'm getting the details, or the details that I know are getting heard and seen by other
yeah,
people,
yeah,
which is maybe more or less the same thing in someone's mind at that time. That because
yeah,
that may be the
yeah.
thing, is it's not real if other people don't know it.
Well,
If it's
yeah, he
all in the
might find out
family,
earlier, and then he may
right?
already know. He may find out earlier, and then it comes out. Who knows? Who knows if he even knows? You know.
Mm,
So yeah. I think uh we can also just kind of look at like Melania herself, if we
yeah,
want.
sure. I'm curious
Yeah.
about that.
Um,
Someone said they have Neptune opposition Sun in transit. And that's not that bad. I agree. I don't think the oppositions bad. I think the conjunctions with Neptune to the luminaries or the ascendant are um brutal though.
so this retrograde is happening opposite her 10th house Saturn. This Venus is stationing retrograde opposite her 10th house Saturn on her
Mm.
IC. Uh, she has, um, yeah. What else is going on with her? Well,
Well,
Mars,
that'll still
Jupiter is on her
be,
ascendant, so she's like talked
yeah.
about, you know.
It's,
Oh,
it's kind
Uranus
of
is on her Mars. Uranus is on her Mars.
on her
This
Mars,
does
so that's
this
the
does not look
composite.
like a very positive news for Melania. This looks like she's going to be hated a
It's
lot.
it's it's not on the cover of People magazine, or
Yeah.
Time Person of the Year. And then of course Pluto will be squaring that from the sixth house of
Oh yeah.
servants.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So it's
There you
like,
go. Yeah, Pluto. My
it's
God. It just gets worse.
Juliet's maid is has gone off the reservation and is kind of running her mouth, and has told the press something juicy. That Pluto in the sixth house, I find strange. The sixth house is quite bizarre. I mean, and someone may say that it's the house of health, and it certainly is. It definitely is a psychosomatic state of health. Um, and of course, Pluto there may be some kind of advanced supplementation regimen or something like that. But I tend to think that I don't quite take the attitude that it's the house of enemies. I think that's more of the seventh, although I understand why people would say that the sixth house is the house of debt and enemies. Um, but I do think it's the barista, it's the doorman, it's the security detail, it's the your hairdresser, etc. And um that kind of seems to me, since he's dispositing that Venus and that Mercury, it kind of suggests that someone in her detail, right? Her entourage is playing a part in maybe some of this, because again, Uranus is the dispositor. It's dispositing that Uranus on her Mars is
Yeah.
part of what is getting out there that is extremely disruptive and publicized. Um, and I don't keep up too much with the news on Melania, if that's been a thing in the past. But I mean, just looking at this, it makes me think, oh yeah, it's like, just in a purely kind of just riffing mimetic sense, it's like where she says something about Donald to her hairdresser, right? And the sixth house being Aquarian too is like all the ladies hear it, and then they go and tell the town, and it's in the press the next day, kind of thing. It feels like someone in a kind of subordinate position kind of gets in there and
Yeah.
releases like she's got to have people, a dietitian or whatever, that comes. And again, all of this stuff is like a lot of theater, and it just doesn't seem outside the realm of the possibility where you see some, because then like what do these people do, these whistleblowers? They come out and they're like, I was Melania's like beautician or personal trainer for the past 6 years, but now I'm coming out to tell the truth or whatever. Just like, do they just live in a witness protection program forever and a day after that? But it just kind of does seem like someone who would have been in a position of service to her plays a part in that disruptive Uranus on Mars in the 10th
Yeah.
house of coming out. And it's because she seems like a very kind of lockbox kind of personality, where she's not going to be the one, but it's someone close to her that is like
Yeah.
reading her diary or something of that
Well,
nature.
so I mean, to go with what you said, like, so some of the Epstein files that were released,
Mm,
they were released damaging stuff about Trump that they clearly didn't mean to release, and was either released through error or sabotage, which they've since
hmm.
deleted from the Epstein files
From the
repository.
interesting.
So I feel like
Wow.
they do have a mole in the system. Like they're facing
Interesting.
sabotage from inside. I think that there are, God forbid, some like people with some actual humanity in some position where they can let some shit slip through, right? It's like sabotage. Like I think that's what's happening. I think that's a very likely thing where it's like one of the people that's supposed to help Trump is the one that ends
Yeah.
up leaking this or spreading this,
I
you
very much
know?
agree. I think, well, because that's what servants are doing. They're here to like, you don't cook because you're busy being present or whatever. So you have people cook for you. And that's why I say all the stuff that is sabotaging Trump, which as you've elucidated, is often coming through his liaisons with women or marriage partners, which we're finding some interesting information about what this marriage actually is, with you bringing in Trump, I mean, Barron and Epstein's chart. It goes back to his mom as a servant. Like I feel like it's something, that's why I'm so fascinated. And then she and Fred Trump also met at kind of like a party, a dance. It was another kind of, it wasn't that they met at work or whatever. It was that this kind of schmoozing
Yeah.
thing. And it's interesting that there's something about servants, about people who are helping you. Um, Within his life and now in her life too. But that's the thing, is like our partners are often kind of synced up with our karma and in their own ways. Like servants are kind of disrupting her now in that Venus retrograde window. And there's something about that. Like, why are servants, and we live in a modern world now where servants don't exist. We're supposed to be self-reliant and do things on our own, or maybe soon we'll have these AI robots or something like that. We kind of think of servants as like an old school antiquated thing, but it was, you go and read earlier literature, and the servants, you go read Marcel Proust. Half the book is about the servant. Proust is a kind of modernist author. People don't know. Half the book, which is a million words long, is about his servant in early 20th century France and Paris. So there's something about people around the Trumps that serve them that are subversive, and yet are supposed to be the very people that are the undergirding of the continuation of the family legacy. And so now, of course, again, in a modern world, the servants may be people who are dealing with information. They have access to data. They're kind of managing maybe PR or things of that nature, not necessarily shining shoes or something like that. But yeah, there's again, it goes back to how the origins of his birth, that there's something about his mom kind of marrying into wealth. Um, Now I don't know. I don't get the sense that she ever sabotaged Fred Trump. I'm not aware of it. And if there was, that would be fascinating. But there's something about, and I think that's why there's those trust issues with Saturn conjunct Venus and Cancer in the 11th house for Trump. Is just like your servants are supposed to, like I said in Proust's book, this non-bloodline servant might as well have been family to him because she raised him, took care of him and things like that. And there's this kind of trust issue of, you're running these vast operations, you're a real estate developer, you have a large network, you're a reality TV star, you're a president. Like, obviously you have support systems, and you need to be close to them, and yet there's this issue. I'm trying to kind of like figure out why they are the thing that the whole kind of house depends on, where it's those people or those functions, that narrative thread of what serves the family is the thing that can really kind of break it apart. Um, so you know, people around them being close, and feeling maybe that they there may be a lot of unspoken deals behind the scenes that we're not privy to, that they would maybe get kickbacks or a cut of something, because Venus retrograde in Scorpio is so gnarly because she's vengeful. The Scorpio and Pluto are the sign of revenge. It's extracting, a pound of flesh for a pound of flesh, an eye for an eye, and then some. So it kind of feels as if, but again, and I'm just kind of trying to be even-handed here, going back to the 2014 thing we just discussed. uh, I remember someone bringing up, even before I knew astrology, a professor saying, "Do you think in the end we'll look at George W. Bush as a tragic character rather than at this time when he had just been reelected for a second term? Everybody like hated that, right?" And I
Yeah.
wonder if there's something like that about Trump, where there's all these agreements going on behind the scenes, and he's getting, with that moon in Sagittarius on the South Node, can really be someone who kind of glosses over an important clause or something like that, where he, in one sense, you might say that these servants are sabotaging him because he tried to domineer them, and was going to say, like, you could get a piece of the pie or whatever, and they're saying, well, now the deal's off, I'm gonna, you're blackmailed now. But there's maybe also this sense of him um being in the dark, right, with Pluto in the 12th house in Leo, which his sun rules, and feeling like he tried to bring people on board, and wasn't quite aware that they were just going to pilfer his estate from the inside out. And then in that sense, do we see him as someone who um, miscommunicated an expectation to someone and is now getting the nasty side of their ire or something like that. But it's something repeated here where um, the support systems that are there for a large undertaking, a large family, a legacy, an estate are karmically resonant in a way that they are deep liabilities for him and for Melania as well. And that whether they know astrology or know this on some intuitive or subliminal level must be stressful, because it's this constant kind of questioning whether the people around you that are here to keep everything tied together are doing things behind
Yeah.
your back. And maybe that's
Yeah,
why
it
the
could
sixth
come
house
undone
was
at any moment.
enemies. Right, exactly. Like maybe that's why the sixth house in more of an ancient astrology was servants and enemies, because it's kind of like,
Those are the
they're
people that
kind
are
of,
in a position to betray you,
yeah,
right?
they could just go, you go off to the country for a weekend and they're in your jewelry box in your bedroom,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they're like trusted, and so they have a position that they can exploit. I mean, I think you're mentioning like backroom deals with Trump and him being subject to agreements, things like this. I mean, if we want to look at the kind of agreements Trump's likely made, we need to look no further than his longstanding relationship with Roy Cohn, who was one of the most
fascinating.
notorious opposition research guys, who was involved in all kinds of blackmail. He was famous for blackmailing people for being homosexual, and
Mm,
he was homosexual
interesting.
himself. Uh, there's even rumors about Roy Cohn and Donald Trump having an affair together.
Right, right.
Cohn was his mentor, and the kind of deals that Roy Cohn got himself up to is kind of like you think Roger Stone type of guy, right? Like if you
Mm,
want a modern analog for a Roy Cohn, think about like a Roger Stone and the type of shit he's gotten himself involved in. Yeah, this is the guy. This was Trump's hero, was Roy Cohn, right? So,
okay.
I wouldn't hesitate at all to say that Trump would willingly subject himself to blackmail if it gave him power. I think he would absolutely do that.
And that's
Um,
exactly what it would suggest.
yeah.
Now, doesn't be interesting again, because seeing that Pluto transiting Melania's sixth house, it's interesting again how there's these parallel karmas. Wasn't Roger Stone, wasn't the big thing? Well, a couple big things. Doesn't he have that like strange back tattoo? Like
Yes.
Hunter Biden has those Finger Lakes, and then Roger Stone has like a tome of like text tattooed on him. But
Yeah,
the
he
thing
has
is,
like himself tattooed on his back, right?
okay, that's what it
Isn't that
is.
what it
It's
is?
it's it's
Or is
his
it
it's his
Nixon? Or
his
has he got a Nixon
it's
tattoo? I can't.
Nixon.
Yeah, it's
That's right.
Nixon. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
There we go.
But go on. What were you gonna say? I
Well, what I
wanted to.
was going to
Yeah.
say is there's some kind of Cancerian inflection with Stone, because the whole big thing, and I remember like Alex Jones, if I recall correctly, going on about this, was getting swarmed in his home in the middle of the night, right? Didn't they just like kind of like descend on his home in the middle of the night and kind of like yank him out of bed or something like that? And that was the whole thing. It was how unceremonious it was, and how also it just seemed like excessively militaristic.
Mhm.
And I picked up on that thread because it's just an example of, again, with Trump's Saturn on his Venus, of needing that extremely hard crab shell, that, again, that ballroom rhetoric of needing that impenetrable fortress. And it's interesting that someone within that orbit had their home space in the middle of the night. Just, people came in there. I think it was because of um, what was going on in his first term, if I recall correctly. Just coming in there and it's saying like, you gotta, testify or come in here, or you're being subpoenaed, or something of that nature. I can't remember the details, but that was, that was such a splashy news event, right? That, whether you liked the guy, or you thought he was trash, is this kind of, it was a very sensational kind of image of, someone just having these barriers being breached, and that seems to me the Trump gamble always, which is, um, you kind of create these compartments, but the call is coming from inside the house, right? And so you can create all of these kind of chaotic, context distorting fields through kind of hyper rhetoric and grandiose rhetoric in the press field, but it's always someone closest to you that can just knock the Jenga tower over. Um, so yeah, just kind of looking at things happening to people around him. I did see that rumor about Cohen, about, it's just really just scandalous to even mention, but about them, potentially even having an affair. Because the reason, now I don't personally believe this, but it's interesting, and the schizosphere to bring it up is
Yeah.
people saying like, well, then he caught a disease from Cohen and that's why he's so ill. But I
Right.
don't.
Oh, yes. On the subject of that,
Mhm.
so Trump's thing, everyone always asks me if I am going to revise my prediction about when Trump is going to die, and I looked at it again. I'm still staying the same thing. It's going to be, it won't be before the fall of 2028. I don't think he'll die before then. I think it could be after. He may not die during the fall of 2028, spring of 2029. But if he, that's the most likely period I see for some actually, like, you know, really, really bad stuff for him. I don't think that that it's going to happen before then. I think, but this that I've found here is like, it's just I wasn't expecting to stumble upon this, but I kind of did, and it just struck me in the face so loudly, especially when I looked at the when I saw that this Venus retrograde was key to like Trump and Melania's entire relationship, and then it's this Venus retrograde is activating all of these composite charts, and there's always been these rumors that Barron isn't really Trump's kid, and there's always been these rumors about Epstein and Melania, and it's just like, wait a minute. I mean, like when, I don't know, uh it just seems very synchronistic to me. Now, I could be wrong, right, on this. I admit I am kind of out on the twig of speculation. I'm way out there on the edge of the twig of speculation, but I can say confidently that I think that Trump's family life and marriage to Melania will be in the headlines during this Venus retrograde, and there will be some kind of
Certainly.
scandal. Maybe they're going to divorce. Maybe there's going to be something else. But I think it's going to be connected to the Epstein files. I think there's going to be an Epstein related uh, collision. That's the more schizo version of the prediction, but I'm at least confident that their marriage is going to be, everyone's going to be talking about it. And yeah, I just don't see how we can avoid it at this point. Also, Trump's going to be in one of these moon periods, which is associated with him getting divorced. He's gone through divorces during these moon antardasha periods before. So it just doesn't look good for Trump's family. And I think that this could be what actually brings him down. It brings, like, I mean, someone said before that like a scandal like this would bring everything down. And I don't know. I mean,
Wow.
I think it would, right? I think if something like this got out and it was proved. I mean, all that it takes is some worker pressing publish on the wrong set of PDFs, and then all of a sudden those
Right.
emails are out there,
Well, that's
right? You
interesting
know?
too, because the conjunction, so there's a conjunction between Venus and Mercury at 8 degrees Scorpio around October
Hmm.
7th, and that is near the almost exact degree around October 14th or so in 2018, when she also had that retrograde in October and that Mercury was there. And I think both of those were shortly followed by a Libra and lunation. And if I'm recalling correctly, um, yeah, so before Halloween, by the 24th, Mercury, when he meets Venus at 8 degrees Scorpio on the 7th of October, he's slowing down, um, because he's going to go all the way back to 5 degrees. So he's slowing down by the 6th. He's in the shadow period. And it just, when you said that, it kind of lit something up for me. Is this like, well, is it an accident? And wouldn't that be pitch perfect for the karma of someone who's like wondering if they can trust someone in their support system, and they're saying, no, 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 like it wasn't blackmail, it was an accident, right? And you know, the people who are kind of caught in the crossfire of this, which would be the Trumps, you know, feeling like, well, how can I trust that what you said is an accident? How do I know this isn't you like trying to um you know, take revenge, because Venus retrograde in Scorpio is the debt collector. It's like
Yeah.
you promised me this, you know, you said you were gonna marry me, you slept with me and you ghosted me. Like now I'm coming back and you know, it's Sharpie all over your white BMW, you know, like it's over, you know, kind of thing until I get what's mine. And so that could be interesting too, is that it could be legitimately accidental. I think that's a beautiful metaphor that you cooked up there, and it creates, because the thing is when Mercury's there co-retrograde with Venus, it's the perception that someone did something out of scorn when it was pure accident. And then there's the projection of it, because Scorpio, when exacerbated by retrograde planets, can project. And then you end up actually creating the situation that you're angry about through your projected perception. And so someone may be like, okay, well, you're throwing me under the bus because you think I did this on purpose and it was by accident. And then now we're just going to release the rest of it because you're just you're raking me over the coals. And it has a sabotagey, it's if it's like, if it's not someone sabotaging you, it's something happening by accident, you come after them because you think they're coming after you, and then they're like, well, okay, two can play at that game. Like if you're just gonna, if I'm gonna do the time, I might as well do the crime, you know. So then now I am gonna do it. It seemed, it's very nasty. It's kind of you know, it kind of reminds me, like, you know, when you're kind of like roughhousing with your siblings and finally like they get a good punch in you, and then like it kind of stings, and then it starts getting kind of serious, you know. It's that thin line between like roughhousing and then like where things start turning into like an actual fight.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it could spill over like that, right? Because if Trump thinks he's going down, he could do his own like kind of mini Israel Samson option and try to nuke everybody else, right? Be like, all right,
Right.
if I'm going down, then all you motherfuckers are going down with me,
E-
you know?
Literally, right. Exactly what I'm saying. Like you know, and it's interesting. I think too, you mentioned something that I think, you know, some people might have glossed over, and it's a pattern.
Mm,
And it's something I liked it because it's subliminal and I've noticed it. And then when you called it out, this is why I love astrology. You called it out, and I go, oh yeah, like it was even just like a couple weeks ago that something like that happened, where Trump will do this thing where he will say like, and it almost has this boyish trickster quality where it tries to roll it off like humor. Like there's been these instances where in front of the press he's been like, Melania didn't want me to say this, but I'm gonna
Yeah.
say it anyway, and I think she's okay with it. And that feels very Venus and Mercury
Well,
retrograde and Scorpio
yeah.
code. Like, like, why are you playing with fire? Like, what are you doing? Like, does he start like pushing his luck, his Jupiterian luck, and being like, and then it starts creating this kind of rancor with
Well,
them.
I mean, that's I think Trump's one good option. Like, Trump, if if you're watching this,
Interesting.
you probably not, but if you are, that's the my favorite part about you is like your ability to just like go out and say whatever needs to be said and do the scorched earth thing. So
Yeah,
you have an opportunity to
interesting.
redeem yourself, right? You can put everyone else's laundry out to dry, right? That would
Right.
redeem you, right? You could take one for all of us and expose the whole rotten mess, expose all of it.
I think
I
that's
mean, he
Pluto
probably
opposite
won't do
Pluto.
that, but he could. But that would be the way to redeem himself if he wanted to. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, is Trump the
That's a
kind of
really good
guy to
point.
do that?
That's also
You
a
know,
question. Is he the kind of guy? Is the potential there? I think with Pluto in the 12th house being opposed, especially now by Pluto in Aquarius in the 6th house of servants and secret, that too, 6th house reflective of the 12th house of secret enemies. That's amazing what you just said, because it does seem like, well, um, but that, see, here's the thing. Okay, you're gonna kill all the hyenas, but you're gonna go down with them, and that's that 12th house Piscean INFJ, and ESTP at the end of his life is an INFJ, sacrificing for that Aquarian 7th house, right? That's some there's you're onto something there, because really the way to get out in front of his own scandal is to take them all down with him. But
yeah.
then he has to but there's something in the contracts, like he'll rescue the village, but then I think that goes back to the dispositors of his node in Cancer up there near Saturn. It's like in the networks of resources, like then his family loses something, and then maybe
Well,
that's why
yeah.
he doesn't do it, and why you're saying
I
like
mean,
maybe he's not the
Trump.
guy to do that.
Well, that is a good point, but on the counterpoint, Trump loves his name, right? He loves that more
Yeah,
than anything. He loves he wants an image. He wants to be remembered. He wants to be one of these
that's
great
right.
historical figures. He wants to be one of these great men of history. And
Yeah,
if he's faced with a choice between the Trump name being
it's what it comes down
synonymous
to.
with the worst, most evil, slimy shit, Epstein and that whole class, or he can turn Trump into a name that people remember as the one member of this class of people that actually fell on the sword and was like, here it is. And he may not do it, and it may not be a hero doing this, right? But maybe that's the story he tells himself. Now, uh,
Yeah,
is
that's
that going to
very
happen?
astute.
I don't know. I mean, when Trump was interviewed by some reporters a few months ago, they asked him, "Do you think that when you die and go to heaven, you'll see Charlie Kirk again?" And
Oh,
he said,
interesting.
he said, "Heaven. Let's be serious. I'm not getting into heaven. This
Yeah,
this is as good
right,
as it gets for
right.
me right now here on Air Force One." All right. So this is the kind of
Wow.
guy that Trump is, right? So is he
Right.
really going to? Maybe he would rather live in a gilded cage for a few more months and see his whole
Right.
legacy burn. Who knows?
I think that's in Leo's gambling, and I think this goes to the very core essence and heart of his chart is that he's hedging against that. You know, if I stay in the gilded cage, I may lose it all, but if I go out and nuke them all with me and follow my sword, um, I may lose some stuff too. But the village is safe, or some of the. I think too the issue with Pluto in Leo, and then especially in the 12th house, it's all or nothing. It doesn't,
Mhm.
and this may be the kind of the art of the deal thing too. He's like, I don't want to hedge. And but then it's sabotagey where it's like you try to stave things off or play this war of attrition. And it's like, oh, that too, it's like when you're doing the stock market, if you just, there is a choice. People are saying, um do you invest or do you short sell it? You also don't have to play. What do they say? It's also this time of year, when
Sell in
it's
May
May,
and go away.
go
Yeah.
away, right? It's the summer, just you can sit and you can make a non-choice, but that too itself is a choice. And I think that that's kind of the calculus that Trump lives in and day out, is he there is this prideful reflection that's encoded in his parental matrix of the mother ascending um through work and not by name, right? She got here through kind of perseverance, and it was a non-glamorous job, versus the kind of the aura of glamour that comes from being a successful businessman, which is his father. And hedging against that, and being like, well, do I need to, Sag Moon, Sag South Node, that's a person of faith.
I
Like, do
mean,
do
yeah,
you do you need
yeah.
to protect yourself, or are you just gonna,
Well,
like you said earlier, are you just gonna be protected? And there's that prideful laziness of like, I don't get the sense, I don't see a neurotic energy in Trump's chart. It's not excessively Virgo in, or even
no.
mercurial in that sense, but there is this sense of like, um I do think that there's this other sense of the hedge of, I've got to be on my A game at all times, and I need to be coordinating all points on the chessboard, because I need my legacy to be like triumphant in the end when I pass, and I need to be it kind of like golden and unvarnished, and things like that. So, and that is the measure of actions, right? Because if you have that psychology, the option of sacrifice, of falling on your sword, of doing something that preserves the greater Aquarian 11th house or Aquarian 7th house good in the long term, you don't like that if you feel like, yeah, but then your family's kind of like at 82.5% glory. You go, no, I want the, no guts, no glory. Like, I want the 100%. Like, I want it to go down in the
Yeah.
history books as like, who made America
He
great again, or
does,
whatever.
yeah, he does have a tendency to go all in. I mean, he is born on a Gemini, Sagittarius, like blood moon, right? So it's a lunar
Mm,
eclipse, he's born on. It's like he kind of
yes,
brings
yes.
the chaos, right? And he's kind of like a, little, yeah. I mean, I could see him doing this. I mean, I want him to do that. I'm rooting for him to do something
Mm,
like that, right? Like, I
right.
want, what we need at this time in history is, there's all of this accusation and condemnation, but what we really need is like truth and reconciliation, and someone being willing, someone from, you know, the elite class, the pedo class, the black male class, the aristocrats. We need one of the
Mm.
aristocrats to come out and because the thing is like, I think that if they don't, um, the whole thing is going to come crashing down
And you got to
regardless.
get out in front of it,
And,
is what you're
and
saying.
this is your opportunity to get out of the house before it collapses, right? It's burning, it's on fire.
Mm.
The attic is going to come crashing through the second story, right? Pretty soon, aren't you going to get out, right? So that's how I see it as going right now. And I think Trump is just as good a candidate as any for someone to, pull the fire alarm, right? And be like, all right,
Right.
everybody, party's over,
Right.
right?
Exactly. And that's interesting because we go into the cross of the Sleeping Phoenix in 2027, where we're in the cross of planning now and human design, which is where um, systems are reliable because there's bureaucratic code. You don't pull um what's it say on there on the box? Only pull in case of emergency, right? Like the cross of planning and human design is this idea of like you things only happen when they're intended to, and there's a shadow to that. Like if you've ever been on customer service on a phone or dealing with bureaucrats and they're very robotic, I need this. Well, you need to fill out Form 1A until I can give you advice on how to do that, right? It's a kind of restrictive system. And it does kind of seem like the macro energy shifting into that more chaotic time. Um, and then, of course, that's closing on the window of when you say that would be his death. This is kind of like this last, and Leo's love last acts of, okay, maybe I do that, maybe that's my last act, is I kind of pull that lever. But it also made me think too, um something about Pluto and Leo in the 12th house is the Trump phenomena in general, and that um, America has, in modern America at least, in terms of the Western and the frontier, um, is really interested in the mythopoetic condition of the individual. They see within the individual drama the national family dysfunction and drama written large. And there's something about um, whether you love him or hate him, there's something about the fact that Trump's decisions, as we see in his chart, are really mediated by his entanglement and his maybe even reluctant engagement with his childhood and the relationship with his own family and his own progeny, and grandchildren and so on and so forth. And you can kind of that seems to me like an extremely kind of modern American thing where a lot of his sensibilities feel extremely kind of familial, and I think that there's a kind of collective fascination with that. Like that, and it's not just because he was like a reality TV star or something like that, but that's very different from maybe kind of like a warlord or a kind of like like an ethnic ascendancy, or even something like in Britain, or some kind of monarchic um, kind of situation. But this kind of nuclear family drama has been like a fascination of modern America, and of course the public private partition with that. It's always in our movies and our TV shows and our music. We're like uniquely obsessed with it. It's all over pop culture, and there's something about Trump's negotiation with. I mean, what does a Leo stage person, what does a teenager say? I didn't ask to be born, like
Yeah,
why am I here? Like why are you my parents? Like I've got to individuate. And it kind
yeah,
of seems like Trump is constantly battling with the condition under which he was produced, and then is getting that mirrored back with Barron and Melania and his own kids and so on and so forth. And it's through that he's stuck in these kind of decision matrices where um from the vantage point of an outside party, it would be seem to be easy. Just be selfless. Do the 12th house thing. Just fall on your sword and bring the hyenas down with you, and then you can kind of go out with a noble bang. But he can't, because there's this fidelity to his own egoic image projected on the familial unit, and so he sees himself in that. um and so he can't, if that's in
well,
any ways
yeah,
compromised, he's like, well, I can't do it, because And
Well, the
so
thing is, yeah, it would
it's
have to
crazy.
already be, I think it would have to already be punctured, right? It would, in order for him to do something like this, because she's
100%.
saying if he turn on each other, won't be for noble reasons. Yeah, I'm saying that like Trump's only going to do this once his reputation is already ruined, and this is like his only
Okay,
chance at.
interesting.
He would do it out of vanity. You know what I mean? He would want to appear noble, but of course it wouldn't be
Right.
actually noble because everyone knows he's only doing it because he's
Interesting.
already been ruined. But I mean, I mean, he is also very, very spiteful and follows people. Like
Right.
he wants to get revenge, right? And so we should not underestimate Trump's
That's
desire for
interesting.
revenge either. If he
Huh.
is burned, I feel like he might be the type of person to, lash back out. Yeah.
Okay,
We
that's
have been
interesting.
yeah, we've been going for 2.5 hours now. It's crazy. I didn't even realize how long we've been going. But
Total
um,
maniacs.
yeah, I don't know if we're gonna have time to read charts. If we're gonna do it, I definitely want to do an intermission first. But
Okay,
why do I want to tell? Why don't you tell the audience a little bit about you and
sure.
where they can find you and stuff? Because you're giving readings, and if you've liked what you've heard
Mhm.
from Paul so far, you can find him. You've been doing this a while. Yeah, just tell us
Yes.
about your story.
Sure. Yeah. So I've been studying astrology for 16 years. I definitely it's interesting finding a little bit more about how watching others how they came into astrology. I did not come into it through I think the typical way. I'd obviously heard of it several times, and then like in college, and then when I was in grad school, I started to get into more, I guess, kind of woo stuff, and I started to be like, okay, like there's something to this. There's other layers of reality, but my primary fascination has always been with media and with pop culture and with books and fiction and movies and fantasy and things like that. So I never really had like a very um like magical or esoteric introduction to astrology. It just kind of found me, and then I took to it immediately. I'm and I still am very strict about like the rules and the structure of how it works, but I approach it through storytelling. So the way that I understand it is probably like a little modern and heretical to people because my the fashion in which I pursue it is I see it as like clusters of narrative probabilities, and I think a lot of people have kind of seen through this how I do that on the fly. But yeah, it's cool because I feel like that allows me to learn from other astrologers who like when you talk like obviously I know who Valens is and things like that, but that's not really in my toolbox as I've kind of learned it. And so when you talk about stuff like that, I find it extremely fascinating and enriching because I just did not fall into it that way, and my brain just doesn't work in that way. I basically just always wanted to be the best writer I could ever be, so I've read a lot, and my preferences for reading has always been like the Western canon. When I went through my Saturn return, I started getting more into Taoism and studied Universal Tao meditation through Mantak Chia's top students and got into inner alchemy. And but that was all also when I was starting to study astrology hardcore. Like the pre version of that was reading like what the West is based on. um Reading a lot of just English literature, medieval English literature and stuff, and connecting the dots on that and seeing astrology as kind of a blueprint for um, understanding this how reality is structured in terms of social makeup. Like it's like a decoder ring for um the gears and cogs within humans, and it's saying like other humans are supposed to connect with other humans in unique combinations, and this can reveal the storylines as to why you're having certain relationships with other people at certain times, because there's a narrative to it, whether that's a hero's journey, or whether it's something more salacious or scandalous or something like we've elaborated on here. So, and it's interesting because I was so in my own world. I didn't join Twitter or any social media until 2020. And that was just natural to me. Like that's just kind of how I would tell people about it. I do readings for people, but I never did it as a business. And so now engaging like with people in the astrology community, it's really interesting because um it's helping me learn astrology from a new way, because I can see very cleanly how others approach it, and it's very different from me. And I like
You
that.
have this
Yeah.
storytelling approach, which I like. I like because it's kind of like with the old astrologers, there's some of them that's like it's really technical and all of this, and then there's other ones where they write in a more poetic kind of
Yeah.
fashion, and
Yeah.
and this is the kind of thing, I mean, Lilly is like that, when you read his
Mm,
horary delineations, it's all this like narrative and story and stuff. And so,
mm,
I tend to be, I try and treat it more like, try and make it more like a science than it is an art, which is, you can say what you will about that, but, I think Paul represents a kind of a nice foil to my
mm.
style. And if you want
Agreed.
a more, kind of narrative driven approach with your chart, I would recommend you go get a reading from him. He's got readings open. People have been asking if you
Mm.
give readings. Where can they
I
find
do.
you for readings?
I have a
Uh,
Linktree application in my bio on X.
yeah, you can find him there. Just go. I think it's at Zeitville Media on X.
Yes.
Yeah, and you also have a YouTube channel, right?
I do, yeah. I have a YouTube channel that's also Zeitful Media on YouTube. Do videos every week. That's been fun. I started that, I guess, last summer, and um, again, primarily I started out writing. I was on some kind of random platform called Review in 2020, and ended up compiling a lot of those a year's worth of newsletters into what I call Patchwork Manifesto, which is this um, kind of my own understanding of astrology as a storytelling format, and kind of looking at the astrology of the 2020s, and describing why the 2020s represent this kind of breakdown in Capricornian meaning in this transition into an age of Aquarius, and why we see people like Matt Walsh, who's the kind of conservative commentator, say things like, why do the 2020s not have an aesthetic like the 90s or the 80s? Like, these are literally tweets I was writing when I was just like this small account in 2020, and people were like, no, like it's just COVID, like 2021, like, things will just go back to normal, and we'll just like have culture. And then, there's this shock around Biden getting in, and then the lockdown continued further into that year.
Yeah.
And now it's like a lot of just the random algorithmic stuff that I see every day on X is people being like, I go to a bar and no one talks to each other, and I go I look on TikTok, and it's like all this like nostalgia wave stuff, and it's like literally a lot of stuff word for word that I was writing in the manifesto. So
Yeah.
I transitioned that to Substack in 2021. So I've got that too, zyphelmedia.substack.com. But yeah, I've been doing video because I feel like a lot of this stuff is very stream of consciousness, and it's really good to get people in a space where they can share in that,
Yeah.
because also the astrology is just bonkers right now. It's
It
so
is.
intense and layered that sometimes it's good to get it across in a YouTube
So
video.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but
Oh, you're fine.
I really gotta take a piss. So if we
Go for
are
it.
going to do an intermission and come back, which we can, that's fine.
Sure.
Um, right? Do you want to? You want to
Yeah,
take like a 10-minute break, come back, read some people's charts?
I
If
think it'd
people,
be great.
we still got a decent crowd in the audience. All right,
Okay,
guys. While we are on break, put your birth information in the chat. We'll pick a random person's chart and tell you what we think about it. We'll be back in about 10 minutes or so. Yeah. Sound
perfect.
good? All right, cool. All right. Okay, we're back in business. We're live, assuming everyone can hear me. Paul's still gone, but when he comes back, I'll turn him on. Yeah, I feel so much better. I had to piss so fucking bad. It was ridiculous. Yeah, it was. I did a couple of shots before the show started, and I drank a bunch of electrolyte water and shit, and so I really had to piss. That was it took so long. All right, well, I'm giving you entirely too much information. I'd like to welcome back my guest, Paul. I feel a lot better. I'm ready. I feel like more
Cool.
back in the zone, ready to read some people's charts and
Awesome.
show them how this works. This is one thing I like to do with astrologers is kind of show people what it's like to practice astrology. So, obviously we're doing this off the cuff, right? And if you came to one of us for a reading, we would prepare in advance. But you can kind of see, it's kind of fun to see the thought process. So let's see. Let's pick a random one. Okay, there's a lot.
Yeah, there was a lot.
Let's do this one. Machining elephant, something like that. I don't know how to pronounce that username. It's I'm gonna put it up on the screen, the comment. You're still with us. I think we'll read your charts. So if you could just say something in the chat, make sure you're still here because we'll want to ask you questions. If you want to actually even join the stream,
That
we
would be
can
cool.
do that. If you want to call in, I can post the link in the chat. Let me know. So I'm gonna call you Elephant in the solar fire system because that's gonna be easier. All right, March 16th, 1981 at 1:16 p.m.
They said they're still here.
Okay, cool. Fort St. John, Canada. All right. And on the screen share. All right. Does this look familiar? Hopefully this is the right chart here. Let's get his thing off of it. Yeah, message hidden. Okay. So
Oh, wow.
this chart, yeah, a lot going on here.
Yeah.
Let's toggle this like this. Maybe make this a little, yeah. So,
Good
okay.
Lord, man.
I mean, first off, the first thing is the midheaven here.
Yeah.
With Mars at the very last degree of the zodiac, changing signs, conjunct the sun, and also Venus is here.
Exalted. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
lovely. That's very nice. Is that
Yeah.
Sedna
So
at 12 degrees Pisces?
that's a lot of spirit.
A
That's
lot
a
of
lot of
spirit.
spirit.
Perfect.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, one thing about these planets when they're changing signs, Mercury is doing it too. Vedic astrology, this is called Sandhi. So it means ingress, basically. And when a planet is changing signs, you can basically think of it as increasing power at the cost of consistency and reliability and like stability, right? So you get better results, but a more mixed bag sometimes, unless you learn to tame it. Also, the fact that it's Venus and Mars in the heart of the sun, like it's all being obscured by the sun, and so
Yeah.
to me it speaks to like this, and it's on the midheaven, so it's like no one knows what you actually do, right? It's like you're hidden in some way, and Rahu is conjunct the moon on the ascendant too,
Oh,
which
yeah.
is another that kind of outsider, shadowy type of thing. And so I'm very curious about what this person does for a living. I'm going to see if I can take a few stabs to guess at it going forward here. But off the bat, it seems like there's some secrecy, there's some clandestine stuff
It
going on.
does.
Like maybe they have, yeah. What do you think, Paul?
I was there's definitely some clandestine. They're an 81 baby, so they're gonna have that Jupiter Saturn conjunction in Libra, which is extremely fairness um minded. And so I would think that with that Sun, Venus especially, and then I like that because Mars and Pisces can be a little rough, especially when it's conjunct the Sun near the midheaven too. But it's at that anaretic degree. That's a real spiritual freedom fighter. Someone's working with laity here. This seems very humanitarian to me, especially with the Cancer rising, disposited by the moon on a very courageous Rahu. And then, of course, South Node in the seventh house in Aquarius. And then we've got the modern dispositor, Neptune in the sixth house of service, and Sagittarius. So, non-native English speakers doing kind of pro bono social services for them, getting them kind of like rehomed or something like that. I would not be at all surprised. But the thing is this individual would probably be more of see, the issue with that is because that's dispositing those 10th house placements is their relationship with the admin in these otherwise rather generous and selfless positions gets them tangled up in the back end. They're doing some kind of like messy clerical work that may be non-glamorous, and there may be some poor communication there with the anaretic Mars about what they're actually doing in the field, and I feel like there's maybe some kind of bilingual action
I
going on here.
Yeah, I think there could be translating work going on. Also, essentially, like carrying out work for somebody else and not being able to say exactly what it is. It's like
Yes, huge.
someone puts you in charge of
Yes,
something and trusts you to get it done, but you can't exactly be open about who you're representing, or you have to
101%.
hedge
I see
the
that.
interest, revealing the interests of the person you represent.
Yes.
Um, with that
But I think that
Mercury in the
strains
eighth,
the
yeah.
relationship too, because that Venus is trying to protect the hierarchy is obscured here. And it feels like they may not even know what they're supposed to be communicating in a situation, right? Like there's these instructions given, and then there's the actual consistency of the territory, which doesn't match the map. So, and then they're trying to tell that to the admin who's like, well, why didn't you just go and do this? And then they're like, well, once you get elbow deep in the guts of the actual practical reality, the six house realities of it, you know, what you say is very interesting. I am more curious about that, to be honest, rather than the more mundane stuff of them maybe having to carry out tasks in an environment that doesn't really match up to the perfection of because that Mercury as the fourth house cusp ruler in the eighth house of confidentiality, that to me is like HIPAA, or just people who may be undocumented or something, social services, healthcare, where that kind of information, there needs to be a level of confidentiality about it. But what you said is more interesting is that they've got to well, maybe what they're communicating is not necessarily instructions per se, but they're communicating a mission to someone else, maybe the government, because it's non-governmental and they're a
Yeah,
grant writer.
I think they work with foreigners and get gifts and
Yep.
business
Yep.
transactions from foreigners.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah, and basically, yeah, they make money from foreign people. So we could, I, are we in the ballpark at all? Um, tell us if we're hot or cold. I mean, one of the things that I mean, you're right about this Saturn Jupiter conjunction, and it's there. It's in the fourth house. It Yeah, it just also speaks to like being entrusted with something or
Yeah,
taking
totally.
care of things. Um,
I think it's slightly I think it's slightly, and in a weird way too, because Saturn's exalted there, and I don't think Jupiter does poorly. Um, but it's slightly like anti-authoritarian because it's that micro generation of Saturn and Pluto also in Libra, which is like, James O'Keefe, right? He's
right.
Saturn and Pluto conjunct at the end of Libra. And it's this kind of thing of working within that goes to Neptune dispositing all that Pisces stuff is you're working within the system because you don't like the system, like probably working for some kind of aid being given because it's not being done by the government, so you're working for like a smaller
Yeah, like an
organization,
NGO or something like
NGO,
that. Yeah.
or some kind of, if the person, I don't get the sense though with like all the Pisces. It's interesting though, like you said, foreign money and gifts with Mercury in the eighth house and Aquarius. I was going to say with all the Pisces, I don't really get a sense that the person's working for some kind of hedge fund or clearinghouse, because if they did, it's probably completely messy accounting. Um,
Yeah.
and
Yeah, no,
so
I don't
it's
think so. You
no,
would want there to be a closer relationship with Saturn, with Jupiter and Mercury and the moon. You would want them to be aligned in ways that they're not here,
yeah,
really.
yeah. So I do feel like this is more um someone who is working in the kind of the front lines, maybe because of Moon and Rahu in the first house and Moon dispositing the ascendant. But there's some kind of bravery because in the front lines, you're the first to be kind of take the flak, right? And that's why I wonder if jurisdictions kind of seems like a theme here. Like if you're someone who works in the field and social services, but you're not allied with the government, and therefore like law enforcement or schools aren't really on your side because you're coming from some South Node Aquarian group. Like, who are you? Oh, you work with, you know, Caritas, Agape and company or whatever. It's like someone is like, I hear like clearance and access is coming up a lot in my mind looking at this. Like I can't get to the people. I can't, it goes back to something you said earlier. I can't get the information. I can't get the FOIA request in. Um, and also they're gating information too. Like I'm not giving, oh, you want information from me about my patient or my client or this family that I'm rehoming or something. So there's this kind of like, there's this budding that, because I got to be honest, that Mars on that sun is pretty glaring. I feel like there's some budding, if they're not butting heads with their own admins, they're butting heads with parallel organizations that they're supposed to work in harmony with to help the citizens, the third party, schools, law enforcement, food banks, etc. And they're getting caught in this kind of local, state, federal matrix. And that moon on Rahu says like you got to be brave enough to be Franz Kafka in here, because I feel like they work alone a lot with Ceres in the 12th house in Cancer. Like they don't have a posse with them. The posse's back at the ranch, and they got to go and they got to have the passwords. So maybe they have to go to like, I don't know. I just feel like sixth house stuff is like field work, and they have to maybe go to maybe some like lower income conditions, or they got to go if it's not that, or maybe it's higher income. Maybe this person works as like a liaison for buttoned up folks, and um their like liaison for hire or something. Maybe they bring like gifts or something. And they're like, I don't know, they could, Pisces isn't totally averse to food and beverage. Maybe they work in some kind of event space, but they've got to be kind of on their best behavior in terms of how they interact. There's something about their conduct in relation to who they're going to serve and who they answer to. They're kind of stuck with that Rahu and Ketu on the seventh house. They're kind of that South Node in the seventh house is diplomacy issues, Aquarius, and they're kind of stuck between these jurisdictional or socioeconomic layers. But they signed up for it. You know, they're the go-between.
Yeah, I agree. Um, I'm looking at their recent because I feel like they may have had like so you've had Saturn going over your Mars for it's done a triple pass over the last like 18 months, which is it's like brutal. Um, I've also have Mars at the same place as you. I've been undergoing this transit too. It's like the way I described it is like this transit has been like walking or being forced, being having like chains and shackles around your feet when you really need to run, right? Like that's what it
Mm.
feels like, you know. And you're in like a Sun Ketu period, so that's going to be like, you know, MC stuff, 10th house stuff, and 7th house things. Ninth house is in there. So I feel like you may have
Mm.
recently gotten a like a new position or something like this. There's like a new because I feel like this would have been good for um like it would have been a change in what you were doing. I think it probably would have
Wow. He says that
I
he does land surveys, and that to me
okay.
is like that's the access. Like when you're dealing with land, you know, I feel like there's probably a lot of you just can't like walk up there, you know, to my knowledge. Like that's where I was maybe getting some of the access thing. And then he's saying like sometimes um okay, so you work in urban areas but as support to survey, but we do our own thing as well. And then he did get a new job. Weird.
Oh, so you did get a new job. Wait, I'm way up in the thing. I got a new job in the last 18 months. So,
Yeah, that's awesome.
uh
Yeah.
let's I think that because when I was looking at the dashas, like the dasha switch happens like so you went into the Sun Mercury dasha in between June 2025 and April 2026. That was the last dasha year, and that's Sun Mercury. That's the time period that I thought there would be some kind of change with the job is in between those dates. So is it, and actually, you would actually want to put a 2 month orb behind this. So it's actually from April 2025 until February 2026. That would be the time range. Um, what he says, I got married last year in July. Interesting.
And he says that
In
he finds
July.
buried stuff like buried utilities. That's some of that kind of um that Piscean, like what having to kind of communicate to people at the ranch that there are these realities in the field that are kind of like rogue variables, um, and
Yeah.
having to
Unco
be the messenger for it.
yeah, yeah, and uncovering hidden things. Yeah, that's interesting. Well, I would have expected that the last like uh this has not been like the easiest time period right? I would feel like this time period is over the last 18 months has not been fun. You got married with Mars opposite your Venus and Mars and Saturn conjuncting
Yeah.
Mars. So I hope you really love the person because it
Mm.
might be frustrating.
They're gonna show you sides of yourself that you never even knew.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess it always
It's good. It's actually
yeah,
good. It's like
yeah.
peel back
It's
the
like
onion
forged in
layers.
fire, right?
Hmm. So,
Um Now this is not all bad, I guess, because really I don't think that the Mars is too much of a problem for you. I think that the it being conjunct the sun like that actually is making it
yeah,
less of a problem than it would be otherwise. Um,
I agree with that.
I all right. Well, um, do you have any questions about your charts? Is there anything that we can answer? Is there any specific question you have? While we're waiting on him to type a question, he's gonna be going a nodal reversal this year, right? So is when the nodes change signs, he's gonna have eclipses
Mm,
opposite signs of where his nodes are born. So
mm,
this is another pivotal time coming up. A lot of times when the south node goes through the first house, a lot of times people find themselves giving up bad habits that they've had. Like they will go through a purging kind of cycle, and
interesting.
they'll like if you've been dependent on some kind of substance for a long period of time, you may feel like you want to give it up or try and go clean from it. If you've been eating unhealthy food, you may find that you're like making a conscious effort to pay attention to your diet and eat better. Whatever it is that whatever your vice is, you may find yourself confronting that vice and trying to temper it or purge the parts of it that are no longer you're just enjoying. You're not just enjoying it in a pure way, but it's actually become harmful at this point to you, right? And
Hmm.
and that
Wow.
kind of stuff will be released. So that's on the table for the South Node transit, but it's also a nodal reversal, and there's Pluto in Aquarius. So, um, this can also be big changes with family and relationships. If you got married, I mean, so let's see about kids since you recently got
Hmm.
married. Let's look at that. What do we think about that? Oh, I think someone's maybe said something. Oh, oh, he says it's all new to him.
Hmm.
Um,
Well, the fifth house, I mean, I it's there's going to be I'm interested about her family. Um because that Juno in Scorpio disposited by a very widely conjunct Pluto in Libra, then going back to that beautiful Venus combust in Pisces is I'm wondering about is like he they say like you don't just marry the person, you marry their family too. Because I would think about what her father and mother do as well, and maybe that's how they met. Maybe he met them through her parents, or both of their parents know each other. But I would think that that would give us a key to understanding um, that Uranus in the fifth house, which is dispositing that very Plutonian eighth house um, Mercury in Aquarius. It's suggesting that, I mean, there's some mundane stuff like don't want to move because you have the kid and then they can't see the grandparents kind of thing. And then some kind of not debate, but discussion as to whether one moves for work and how that is the kids are going to affect their interactions with the grandparents on both sides. I feel like that's in play because the parental relationship is kind of big in the original marriage contract. But then there's also I don't know, that Uranus in the fifth house is definitely the kid is going to kind of like continue that kind of Ketu Aquarian karma of even if you were to kind of stay local and keep the kids kind of like co-parented by the grandparents, they're going to want to wind their own way. Um, Even though I know that Uranus is disposited by Jupiter, Saturn in the fourth house of family, but that to me also that goes back to that kind of that inherent anti-authoritarian of the Jupiter, Saturn, Pluto, and Libra generation is like, I don't know, it kind of seems like the kid might want to hang out with their friend group, the non-bloodline group, to the exclusion of the bloodline, and that's part of the spiraling up of this person's karma of um, having married in a situation where there was maybe there is maybe some alignment or misalignment between the values of the married couple and the values of the respective parents of the partners.
Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. Um,
And the kid's going to be like rebellious, right? Like he's going to have a strong moral sense from the teaching of the parents, but he's going to want to spend a lot of time traveling and in the community. And so if it's not wandering physically, geographically, because the eighth house too, which is pulling on that Mercury, the eighth house is also values house. It's like, well, we grew up Baptist, so we go to church. We don't convert to Buddhism. We don't travel the world and convert to Buddhism, right? Like there could be a wandering in terms of um, kind of morals and then also just Sagittarian religious beliefs. So the child is working within this karmic dynamic of um even if you stay geographically close because there's a lot of land, fourth house, moon stuff going on here. Even if you
yeah,
stay
yeah,
geographically close to the family, do the your do you have freedom of association? Do you hang out with the thieves and the prostitutes? It's kind of interesting in that way.
So, um, I'm gonna say here that during the Sun Venus Dasha, which runs from, so the dates would be June 30th, 2026 until June 25th, 2027. Sometime in that year, child has a good chance of being born. So if you don't want a kid, you should take extra precaution with like contraceptives and stuff like that over the course of that year because yeah, I've just been running through your stuff real quickly, and the chances of a kid are increased. There's multiple things going on. You'll be in a Sun Venus dasha. Venus is the lord of the fifth in sidereal, which is
Mm.
I'm using this as well, um, which is the Indian chart, but you can see it in both charts. And one thing that was interesting is that you also have this like Ceres. So Ceres, I've heard astrologers say that it's associated with childbirths.
I agree with
Um,
that. I think it's a big fertility marker.
Yeah, now he's having a Ceres return, and the
Aha.
Ceres is going to retrograde here. See, a Ceres gets to a
Oh,
station retrograde
oh,
here in the fall.
really?
All right,
Uh-huh.
so we see it. See, Ceres has just
Wow.
returned and it's station retrograde, and then We go forward,
Jeez.
it's gonna Sarah's gonna retrograde back over that station
Mm.
direct. So you see that like, and this is the window. This is November through March, right? So
Hmm.
this could be a time when conception's more likely. Also, Jupiter is conjunct the moon, and whenever Jupiter is conjunct the moon, virility and
Oh
fertility
yeah.
increase. So, yeah, I feel like the chances of you having a child from June 2026 until June 2027 is much, much higher than it would ordinarily be. And so
Yeah.
you should plan accordingly. If you want a child, congratulations. If this is filling you with dread, then you should buy some condoms, I suppose.
Yeah, eat your papaya seeds. Um, he said two things in the chat. One, that his father-in-law is a lawyer, which makes sense because that takes us to that Jupiter, which is the ancient ruler of all this Pisces stuff, being in Libra in the fourth house. I do. I think the in-laws are big supporting actors and actresses in this story. He did say that he'd been managing a falling out with a friend and wondered what's up with that. I mean, just Pluto going retrograde on Ketu. You
Yeah.
know, at June at transiting Juno on Ketu.
Well, so another thing it can be is like uh you recently had this so if we go back a few weeks um to around here. So there's this malefic conjunction of Saturn, Mars, and Mercury took place a few weeks ago opposite your Jupiter, Saturn stuff here, right? And so,
Wow.
you know, Saturn is the ruler of the seventh house, right? In this chart. So Saturn's going to be involved in the relationships. Also, in this is down here in the third, fourth area. A lot of times that has to do with like communication and like a deep relations with people. Like fourth houses can be like really really old friends or like with childhood friends, things like that, things that go back into the past. So to me this is kind of an omen that over the next 2 years it could be a little shakier in terms of relationships. You're going under this Saturn opposition. These times when like Saturn makes hard aspects to natal Saturn and natal Jupiter, these are like key turning points in the person's life, especially like socially. Like so, it's very common to see when Saturn and Jupiter are in hard aspect that you'll get things like marriage and birth of children, leaving a job, starting a new one, at
Mm.
one phase of life ending, another one beginning. And so you're in that right now, but the problem is that it began with all of this chaos conjunct, and so it may be messy. And yeah, but the thing is that Rahu is going to go through Aquarius, right? And so Rahu is going to go through your seventh house, and so it's
Yeah,
going to bring in a whole new network of
that's
people. And
nice.
so
Hell
I
yeah.
think that your professional network and like even just friendships will in general expand over the next 18 months, and you'll make new friends maybe that you haven't even made friends for many years, I might imagine.
Oh,
But
wow.
yeah, the older you get, the harder it is to make friends, right? You
It's a good
know.
point. Yeah.
So I feel like there may be something that shakes up where you're put into a new group of people, and all of a sudden there's like a whole new social circle to get acquainted with, right? And that could be something that happens over the next 18 months, but it may be a little painful. So I would be interested to know if around a month ago was the time period that this began with your friend. Uh, yeah, let us know.
That's interesting. Yeah, because Rahu, I mean, just goes right onto Mercury. Um,
Yep. Yeah, very soon. Very soon it will do that. Um,
hmm.
you're also gonna have in the future soon this the full moon that's coming up in July that we talked about for Trump. It's gonna activate his chart because he's got
Oh yeah.
yeah, he's got this moon, this Rahu here at 10 degrees.
Mm,
This full moon is here at like 6 degrees. So, or
yeah,
7.
that's gonna
Let's
be
see what it is.
crazy.
Yeah. So,
And where,
yeah, around here. I mean, I feel like this
mm,
could be eventful around this time. Yeah. I wonder, are you?
mm.
I wonder if you're planning on taking like a long trip, like to a faraway place, like an international trip. Are you planning on doing that this summer? It was
I
earlier
think,
this year, around March, February, March sometime. Okay. So leading up to the period of time that we thought, right? So he says the falling out would have started in February. Well, I mean, that's when Saturn was going back over his Mars was in February. That's what was, I mean, there you
oh,
go. Right? So
disgusting.
this transit cost me relationships too. Um, people that have been friends of mine for a long time, and it's various reasons, just like yeah, it can just cause conflict. This transit is terrible. Saturn conjunct Mars
Yeah.
is like the worst transit. It's like
Oh
it's bad.
God.
Yeah. Do we want to take one more person?
Sure, I'm totally game.
All right.
I thought too maybe that you know, someone said that Pluto was too far for his K2, as far as the retrograde. I want to mention something that I feel is important here. Degrees matter very much so, um, and yet they also don't. Because if you're looking at things in terms of markers in time, they're absolutely critical. But when you take a narrative approach to astrology, you can kind of see that there's foreshadowing, and then there's the event, and then there's like the not necessarily the resolution or the conclusion, but there's the integration of the energy. And I feel like as Rahu goes over Mercury this summer, and then next year as Pluto does, like things are always like happening simultaneously, because Pluto over that south node is absolutely going to kick people to the curb who are not good for you. And Saturn is already on the Mars, and Sun and Venus has already been doing a lot of that. And that's why you kind of like want to fractalize it, because even though the 11th house cusp is 7 degrees Taurus, it that is pretty close in terms of the wider narrative of Chiron being there, approaching that 11th house cusp and being implicated in a very wide T square with that amazing full moon that's also going to affect Trump that we were talking about. And it does seem that that first house, seventh house axis, which does include Aquarius, and the 11th house relates to Aquarius, all that energy spikes into the apex of the T square, which is Chiron, getting near the 11th house cusp. And I very much agree with you, Alex, is that there's healing coming to the social fabric. And there just maybe the chironic pain of that may be the sense of that there is a changing of the guard. that there's a changing of the cast of characters, and some
Yeah,
people just leave.
yeah, yeah. The past can only predict the future until there's a, sometimes there's a radical departure, and then the past is not a good predictor of the future anymore once you pass a certain threshold. And I think we're about to pass that threshold. I would say, just in the topic of the node and the orb of Pluto, is that the node is not a single point in space, really. The node is the node is a mathematical concept in the first place, right? And so
Mhm. That's right.
the node has blurrier boundaries than anything. In my personal astrology practice, I give the nodes a wider orb than I do anything else, basically. It's like I give it a 30-degree orb, right? If it's within 30 degrees of the node, it's conjunct the node, in my opinion, right?
Mhm.
The node is like the node is more of a region in the chart rather than a single
A
point.
region. Wow.
Yeah, and I believe this is like one of the things, because the nodes, I can observe the nodes when they change signs. You can there's a distinct shift, and if it
Oh yeah.
I yeah, and so
Oh yeah.
the node is, to say that the Pluto was not affecting the node because it was only it was 5 degrees away. I mean, sure, Pluto may not have been a primary influence on, but that's still pretty, for a node, that's pretty close.
Yeah.
Um,
When the nodes went into the Libra Aries axis at the end of July during the Venus retrograde in Leo, it was oppressively obvious that the nodes had changed signs because she was the retrograde ambassador of that node in Libra. And so, you like, it's so funny when I mentioned summer 2023 to people, and they're just like, my relationships just totally got reconfigured then. Um, so yeah, I
I
big
love summer
agree.
2023. It was so great.
Oh,
Um, yeah, it was awesome. But I was not engaging with other people very much.
oh, really?
I was
Wow.
like kind of withdrawn from everyone, doing magic all summer,
Well,
doing
that's what we all should have been doing.
doing like a months long Venus ritual. That's what
That's
I was doing, just
beautiful.
completely withdrawn from everybody. So I really loved it, but I think
That's
that was the
good.
best use of that energy.
I think it was because I was way too involved with groups within groups, and everybody else who I've talked to that was doing something similar said it was, quite boggling. And yeah, that would have that's a much better use for it. Yeah, someone
Okay,
just said summer 23 is one for the books.
yeah. This is Hyped Up on Coffee, regular viewer. If you're still with us, I hope you are. We've got your chart pulled up. I don't think I've looked at your chart before. It's okay. So, I mean,
Wow.
the Saturn, Mars, Venus
Yes.
in
Oh
Aquarius.
yeah.
I've actually got Vetti's Valens right here because I pulled it out. He's got this triple planet. Let's see what he says about this. All right, he says Saturn, Mars, and Venus. Here we go. On the same page I had it open to.
Mm.
Are favorable at the start of actions, friendships, and associations. These stars bring profit, high rank, and political associations. Later, however, men are put into a disturbed state, liable to lawsuits arising from some kind of envy/hatred and treachery.
Mm.
Because of this, such men make accusations and they endure hostility from men and women. They are involved in shameful faults and adultery and are the object of scandal and denunciation. Some are inclined to unnatural bisexual vices, and they become accomplices or participants in crime or murder by poison. They then
Mm.
suffer no ordinary anxiety. So, Valens is saying you're a stone cold killer, basically.
And a freak, yeah.
Yeah, a bisexual murderer.
Yeah.
So, how do you answer to these accusations? Are you indeed a bisexual murderer?
Yes. Yeah.
I've got to know.
That's so funny. I mean, and it come on with the Venus square Pluto as well. That's these straight up cereal.
Okay.
Sun on
Another
Juno.
thing here is
Mhm.
that so the moon is low in light, right? It's like a waxing moon, but it's still very dark because it's not
Mm,
very far away from the sun. So and it's in the 12th house,
yeah.
and the sun is on the 12th house cusp. So in Firmicus Maternus, he says that when there is a low, or maybe it's Ptolemy that says this. I can't remember who says this. It's one of these old ancient fucks that says this. Uh, he says that when it's a low light moon and the sun and the moon are both in bad houses, and the moon is makes aspects to malefic planets, then the person's childhood is basically unstable. Their parents will die, or
Mm-hmm.
they will die early on, or they'll have some horrible thing happen to them in childhood, or the childhood will basically be unstable and unreliable. So curious about that because it does
Yeah.
fit the pattern. The moon's also aspecting these malefics and it's squaring the nodes. So,
Oh,
and it
damn.
doesn't see Jupiter. So it can't see Jupiter.
Right.
And yeah, so I would wonder if perhaps there was some early childhood event that, disrupted the family
I'm gonna have
or
to hugely
something like
agree.
that.
Absolutely. It rules that fourth house cusp. And then Chiron in the fourth in Leo takes us back to that sun on the 12th house cusp where it started.
Yeah, okay, so people are like throwing shade. Oh my God. All right. We're not making judgments here.
No, that's
I
not what the
mean,
point of it was.
look, we're talking about, she had a rough childhood, guys, right? That she can't help, that she says mean things to you, right? Honestly, you should just don't cry about it. Just let her be mean to you, right? If you just let her be mean to you, you don't react, then like what do you lose, right? Um, yeah, the Pluto square though. All right, so yeah, talk about because you're mentioning the Pluto Venus
Yeah,
square.
totally.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, it's in a T square too, because, well, I guess part of fortune. I was going to say I don't know how high G it would fit into this, but yeah, that Venus Pluto square, and here's the thing again too. I'd like it to be a little bit closer, maybe 3 to 2 degrees, but 4 degrees is close enough for this conversation. That Pluto's getting pretty close to the. I mean, he rules the cusp anyways. That helps, but he's getting pretty close into that eighth house. Um, and that again, that's in that Venus in Saturn's house. She's already in Saturn's sign. Square that eighth house, strong Pluto, stone cold. I mean, just but I almost wonder if there's some ingenue. I'm trying to figure that out. That may be that Sun and Rahu and water signs, ingenue, Ingenue, which is often kind of an old Hollywood archetypal term for a young maiden, right, who's innocent, as opposed to the shadow, which is the femme fatale. But I think that those are the two archetypes in play here, with a lot of that Aries in the 12th house. Like, I'm not femme fatale, right? I'm ingenue. And there may be something in the family that I think that that's Venus square Pluto is very femme fatale, but it's stealthy too, because she's coming from that kind of ice cold Aquarius and also in the Aquarian house. So I think there's something here. There's a lot of shadow work anyways with a lot of 12th house Piscean stuff. Where's Neptune? Okay, so it's conjunct the midheaven.
So one
Um,
of the regular viewers has called me out and says, I've read this person's chart before. I mean, I don't doubt that. I probably have. My memory is terrible for charts. I look at so many of them that it's like thousands at this point that I've read. So it's like I as soon as as soon as the chart, as soon
yeah,
as the window is gone, the chart is
I feel
deleted
that.
from my memory. Like
Yeah,
so uh you're talking
I feel
about
that too.
Neptune. Neptune's
Yeah,
here on the Uranus Neptune conjunction on the midheaven.
yeah,
It is interesting. Um, I feel like they are I feel like this is gonna cause
some serious tension here.
yeah, actually it may like so 10th house is what like your do you have any problems with like your legs or your circulatory system?
Mm,
Anything like that?
mm.
Zero Gold says Hope remembered my chart. Yeah, Hope has this weird autistic ability to just remember everyone's chart and everyone's placements. It's like it's insane. I don't understand how she does
That's
that.
pretty wild. Yeah.
We've got like chart truthers.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no, I feel like this is
yeah,
this is
she's not
this
even
is
in
a
the chat, I
person.
guess. All right. So let's do someone else. Silence of the Cat posted her chart. Let's do her instead because I don't think I've done her chart. And Hyped Up on Coffee's not here. So
Well,
fucking
then
hell.
that's very indicative of the chart too. You
Yeah,
know.
yeah. She would just bounce out. She would post her
Mm.
shit and then like leave.
Mm.
Um, where is it? Where is your chart, Silence of the Cat? I'm like scrolling through the entire messages. I've
Yeah.
probably gone past it. Post it again if you're still here.
Mm.
Okay, she's saying yeah, she's responding to us. We'll get a chart soon. All
Oh,
right.
cool.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of curious to go back and find the episode where I read this chart before and see if I said the same shit.
Oh, interesting. So, huh. So someone said you wrote this chart. They're pretty certain that this
Yeah,
is
someone said they submitted it before. She's a
that
regular
too
viewer.
is very indicative of this chart. Like it's just like a double agent kind of quality, you know. It's kind of
Okay, July. He said July 29th, 1988.
88. Gonna be Chiron and Gemini, baby. Another Leo's sun. Oh no, Chiron in early Cancer. Yeah, interesting.
Okay. All right. So,
Oh man, that Saturn Uranus conjunction.
yeah, opposite Venus.
Opposite Venus, damn.
Uh, and the moon here is trine.
Yeah.
So, I'm wondering if
Mm.
do you and we also have the Mars trying to do you have like are you very like flexible like almost like do you ever do gymnastics
Oh,
or anything that involves like contorting the body or like precise movements of the body is that a skill of yours?
I do feel like this person, like aerial silks. You know what I'm talking about? Like aerial silks, like you get in there and it's
Yes,
like
yes, yes,
midair
yes.
yoga. I feel like this is that. Whenever I see like, you know, amped up Uranus and Sagittarius, I just think carnival. And then Saturn's like so disciplined because you got to have like a lot of strength to do that stuff.
Yeah.
It's like yeah, the physicality thread that you picked up on is that's interesting.
She says, I do mental gymnastics. Oh,
Yeah,
wait, she
well,
says, uh, that's a joke. Or then she says, yep, traditional modern maneuver. Oh, she's just talking about,
yeah, Galactic Center.
yeah, the Galactic Center. I'm definitely an airy fairy vibe. Okay.
Yeah, for
So
sure.
wayfish. Okay.
Maybe there's
I can.
quite a bit of Virgo. I mean, it's kind of, playing with there's mutable action hardcore,
Oh
you
yeah.
know. That's why I like that thread, that physicality. You're bendy, you're doing aerial silks, you're mental gymnastics, you're getting blown away and carried away in the wind kind of thing.
Yeah. Yeah. It's not very grounded,
No,
but yeah.
not at all. I mean, Gemini on the fourth house cusp, like hell
Yeah.
no. I mean, the Aquarius moon. Um, I am curious though that, well, I mean, it's mutable Earth, the Virgo. Yeah, but a lot of it's kind of like asteroids and stuff like that, so that's not too heavy. Um, Sixth house, but then there's that triangulation with the sixth house Sun and Mercury almost conjuncting. So there is, and now I can't get this idea out of my head that this person is like very very rigid in a way of like practicing something.
Oh, she said, yes, I'm very flexible and I did yoga for 8 years.
I was gonna say, like, I keep, now that you mentioned it, I can't get it out of my head. Like, yeah, there's a lot of yoga in this chart. I grew up in San Francisco, but living in Tokyo now. That sounds nice.
So she has two homes and is biracial.
Yeah, that's the mutability.
Um, so the Saturn opposite Venus
Mm,
typically is going to cause you some problems, right? So
hmm.
typically what you're going to see with that, the opposition is like the worst version of it. The square is sort of less bad, but
Yeah.
basically it's going to be like people you like don't really like you, and the people that are into you, you're not really into them. There's a lot of like age gaps and like stop
Yeah.
starts, and
Culture
you're
clash.
yeah, you're with someone that's like a colleague, and then it's like years later you might get you be an acquaintance, and then there's not an immediate spark, and then you wind up with them later. It can
Yeah.
also be like, yeah,
Damn.
marrying someone from a different culture or background. And it can also just be not having relationships at all, or
Mm.
being single. It depends on how badly the Venus is afflicted. Um, I mean, I'm not gonna. I mean, I
Hmm.
would just say that I think that it would probably that this Venus is probably not doing a lot with the love department.
No.
Yeah, I don't.
She said older partners. My last relationship was a 12-year age gap. That's
Okay, yep,
damn.
that's the kind of thing that you
Wow.
would expect with that opposition. I'm
I
going
think
to.
you got me thinking on something too, because it wouldn't have seen it immediately, but now, because I mean, whether she answers or not, because then I saw that sixth house Sun and Mercury in part of fortune, and then they're running up on this Lilith on the seventh house cusp. And that's really where, like, that's kind of like intern romance, whether you're the intern or they are. I think that plugs into the Saturn and Uranus opposite Venus, is because this idea, but then there's this time elapse thing too, right? Because the opposition, that like you worked for them, you were their intern, you see them later, it's outside of that context, and you're saying like, well, now we don't work in the same sixth house is the office space, right? We don't work in the same office anymore. Plus you've got all that Ketu Virgo karma where it's like all the stuff that happens in the office or the workplace is always kind of holding me back from relationships. Like you see them later and then you're like, oh, well, we can date now. Probably because of that moon in Aquarius is like you're always connected with everybody you meet because you're always friends of friends of friends. So you run into them again because you guys traffic in the same bars or something like that. And like you're like, oh, well, you're not the, we don't work together anymore. So now we can date or something like that. But there it is definitely creating a lot of like kind of like I think Alex, you said like stop, start kind of energy. It's pretty choppy as far as relationships
Yeah.
goes, at least. And maybe that is why there's that first house north node to just like focus on yourself, do yoga, travel, learn how to play, where play on your own, play by yourself kind of thing. Because that 11th house Neptune that rules Rahu is in Capricorn, but that brings us back to the Saturn narrative where um kind of I get kind of like when I see Saturn on Uranus, you think about how we had like Saturn square Uranus in 2021. It's like a breakdown in supply chains. There's conflicts of interest, and you just can't get things immediately because you can't get linen bed sheets because all the looms in China that you do 90% of the weaving are down or something like that. So you want that relationship, but you can't because if you break up with the person, you go to the same gym or office or you have the same friends or something like that. So um yeah, it's kind of jerky and kind of tricky.
Yeah. Well, I feel like, their identity and maybe even where they live is kind of
Mm,
changing right now because
mm,
we met talking about Jupiter and Rahu. So right now in the Mahadashas, this person is in a Jupiter Rahu period. So, fourth house, third house, the fourth house really. The fourth house and
yeah.
first house stuff is going to be kind of coming up. And after this, actually, you switch in July of this year. So coming up, you switch to Saturn Mahadasha. So this is going to last for like the next 20 some years, right? So it's a big shift. Um, and so Saturn, it's going to go from being Jupiter, having been the planet kind of calling the shots, to now it being Saturn, right? And I think that you'll see this. I mean, so it's 10th house, Saturn's in the 10th, and Saturn. The problem is that Saturn is the ruler of the 11th, and this is um,
Mm,
this is not considered a favorable time in the Mahadasha, right? So you may feel like I like this Saturn, you're going to have to work with this energy in a different way than you may ordinarily. Like if you're used to kind of pushing forward and getting a lot of results, and it's just I felt like you may during the Saturn period, it's like things are going to take longer to do, but if you do, then it can be worth it. Now the problem is it's Lord of the 11th, so like all the old texts say, it's just considered unfavorable. But the thing
mm,
is, you'll only be in the pure Saturn period for like 2 3 years, 3 years, right? Okay, so that's actually pretty long. 3 years. Damn, that sucks. But yeah,
mm,
2026 to 2029 July, it's going to be that Saturn period, and so if you've been having blocks with like career and stuff, like I don't know, if you did recently change your job, you may find that the job is perhaps more than you bargained for, and it may take some getting used to.
She says she's
Uh,
in an office now and not working from home anymore and feels suffocated already.
oh shit. So I was
Oh
like on the
man.
money then. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's amazing.
Wow.
Wow.
All right. Well, if you want to pivot the thing you're doing, she says she wants to pivot working for myself as an astrologer, social media.
Mm,
I mean, so this time period coming up with the Saturn Mahadasha, I mean, this does signify a new period for your career because Saturn is in the 10th house, but Saturn is the ruler of uh, the 11th and the 12th. So um,
mm,
that adds an edge to it, right? So I think that like if you're willing to go to those 12th house kind of places, then yeah, maybe you could do it. But it's going to require
mm.
but you do have the Aquarius moon in the
Yep.
12th house. So you're kind of born in these kind of waters. She said the job is giving me prestige but killing my spirit. Yeah,
Yeah, of
that's exactly the
course.
kind of thing it would do.
Mm.
So yeah, you may, I mean, basically the next 3 years are going to be your struggle with whether or not you want to commit to this job or leave it. The next period after that is Saturn Mercury, right? So then it goes to Saturn Mercury, and Mercury is down here in Leo in the 6th house with the Sun, and so this is where I could see, and that you like and Leo is also the sign of the 7th house. It's the 7th house cusp. So
Hmm.
this Leo's in the 7th by whole sign. I feel like if you stick to it, that like the opportunity you may find a community or find some people like this new 7th house venture you want to take on may eventually happen. But I just feel like it's going to be slowed by this Saturn Mahadasha that you got to deal with for the next 3 years, and that yeah, I hate to be like that. I hate to put the damper on things. It's not as though you shouldn't do anything, right, during this
Hmm.
period, right? This period could be useful for a lot of things, but I just, I don't know. I think what happens right now until July is going to tell you a lot about what the next 3 years are going to bring.
I like that Pallas Athena in the 12th house in Aquarius. I do think that that's someone who can take, I think she said that she said in the chat she has like OCD and sometimes like eating disorders. I think that's someone who can take their, this is a Leo sun, Leo Mercury, in the Virgo house, and it's got that Virgo Ketu, can kind of take their weaving journey and use that as raw material. Um, I mean, Pallas Athena can compile stuff into um it doesn't necessarily have to be like a self-help guide, but you know, she said that she wanted to do something that is more self-creative rather than burrowing into someone else's territory and just inhabiting it. That I like that. That's where that full moon is going to be into July, beginning of August, right after Sun and Jupiter meet on her birthday. Their solar return is with the Sun Jupiter conjunction,
Yes.
July 29th. So I think you're totally spot on. Like it's not like don't do it, but it's there's like this gestation behind the scenes of you know, taking what you've learned from your journey and finding ways to do the Saturn and Sagittarius thing, finding ways to translate it into other people's language so that Saturn and Sagittarius is the burden of universalizing truth. You think about what happened when Saturn was there recently, when you're having your Saturn return, what were the phrases going around? Fake news, etc. Right? It was this um, renegotiation with truth and this destabilization of not being able to believe what you see or read. So that may be where you take feeling dissatisfied with certain things, maybe sensing that you are kind of out of your element a lot with that opposition to Venus in the fourth house. You're kind of living under someone else's rules, the Saturn opposition. And a good Leo person can always make their performance relatable. So you can really just speak to your own experiences, because that may be, I think, the thing is feeling like you want to translate what you've learned, but then that's what I would kind of like worry about is like, well, then that becomes like a chore. It becomes like a sixth house chore of like, well, how am I going to compile this stuff in a way that feels like I'm enjoying making it, but then it's going to make sense to other people as well. And I think that these things are going to dovetail. I think the more that you can feel like you're having fun with it, the more you won't have to worry that people just look at this and are like, well, this is like kind of like a collage memoir, because you got that Aquarius moon. So even if you did hand them a memoir and not like some freaking like TED Talk ebook on how to self-improve, it would probably also be asynchronous and non-linear, right? It's going to kind of be a scrapbook, a collage of ideas and experiences you've used to get yourself out of a hole. So, maybe that's part of what you're going through now is you just do have that kind of that stressed Neptune, right? And just really um trusting that your South Node Ketu creative process is going to come out on the other end with that North Node in your first house in Pisces and leave an impression on people. And it because I think that that's what's a lot in your chart is like, I don't want to do stuff if it's just going to be all for naught. Like I go on this creative
Yeah.
journey and then people read it
No,
and then they're
yeah.
like, oh, it doesn't apply to me. And then you're like, well, why did I make it? And it's like, well, you did it because it was feeding your soul. And then you got to trust fall into that people aren't going to say that. They're going to be like, oh, well, you had a lot of fun making that. And it resonates with me too. So it's always interesting when people like lead with their intuition and they're like, I'm thinking this, I want to do this. And then like seeing the astrology and seeing how like the intuition is trying to like feed into that timeline. But yeah, I feel like there may a lot of South Node, that Ketu and Virgo is a lot of, you got to watch the self-talk and not talk yourself out of doing creative
Yeah.
stuff with that
Yeah,
is
yeah.
good.
We
And
definitely
being
want to.
like, oh, what's it gonna amount to? Like, what's it all for?
Well, yeah, I think it's important not to focus on that. I think
Right.
it's also important to focus on like to just be open for inspiration, right? And I feel like this could be a time that
It's
you
gonna
could
be
have some
great.
inspiration, right? Like this full
Yeah.
moon, you could
Looks
have a
really good.
dream or something like this, some kind of sudden insight.
Oh, dang.
Mars is
Yeah.
also like Mars is opposing this Saturn, like this stuff, this here, it's getting activated by Mars. And then Mars is later going to go and is going to retrograde in your seventh
That's
house,
crazy.
right? And go back to the sixth, go back through your seventh and eighth whole sign houses. So I would
Mm.
also watch for this winter potential shakeups in like relationships, right? It's one of the most consistent things for me is whenever Mars goes through my seventh house, whoever I'm dating at that point or
Mhm.
married to or whatever, I'm always fighting with them. When Mars is in my seventh,
Wow.
there's always an argument, right? It's like one of the most
Wow.
consistent things. Even if it's like not even a serious argument, the arguments still happen, right? Even if things are good, right? And we still end up arguing about stupid bullshit. So, um, basically, that Mars is also going to be opposite your moon for a large part of that retrograde as
Mm,
well. So it's just
damn.
this winter, that Mars retrograde in Virgo and Leo, I feel like it could be pretty uncomfortable for your chart. You should watch
Yeah.
what you say, watch the anger responses. Maybe don't clap back immediately if you're in an argument with your boyfriend or someone else really close to you, right? Yeah, or yeah. Someone says, Alex, you good, bro? Yeah,
Yeah,
what?
like,
I am good. What do you mean? I am good.
I'm puzzled by that.
Yeah. I wonder if he can hear me.
Um,
Must be able to. Everyone can hear me, I think.
mm,
But yeah, you should do things that feed your soul. You're talking about this, yeah,
yeah, for
I'm not trying
sure.
to be discouraging, right? I'm just
No,
saying that
no, not at
like,
all. No.
that this Saturn period you're entering into is like gonna be I would not be impatient. I would be patient, right? That's where like what I'm trying to encourage
Absolutely.
because it's Saturn, it's gonna take time to build, right? Um,
Keeping in touch with an ex-boyfriend, well, that's going to come around with the Mars retrograde for sure. And then,
she
of
says we
course,
both look good, so
great.
I guess, sorry, I interrupted you.
Oh, I
Um,
was just gonna say, if she said that she's not dating but is entertaining an ex-boyfriend, and I said, that Mars retrograde, certainly. But then, of course, on the 7th of October, when retrograde Venus meets Mercury, it's gonna be right on that Pluto in the eighth house. Like,
oh yeah,
that's
you're
gonna be a
right, it
long
is.
story. And I kind of feel like partners, you got to be careful with them and make sure that they support your artistic side and don't get into this whole like you got to be too practical, because that south node and Virgo can really be like, I mean, you're a dreamer with that 12th house Aquarius moon, and um also that's time to recharge and daydream with your thoughts unpolluted by, even if they do support your artistic inclinations, not their school of thought. Like, you may be an impressionist and they may be like an abstract expressionist, and you, because it's a very ideological moon, right, in the 12th house of secret enemies and secret helpers. And I kind of feel like, part of the slowness is not allowing people to muck up your process. I don't know. Maybe they just distract you and they're like, let's watch dumb television or something. And you're feeling like really inspired. And you're like, well, I like hanging out with my ex or something like that. Like, that sixth house sun and then Mercury dispositing that south node in Virgo is just like, you got to take control of your schedule or your flow state. It's probably why you don't, kind of why you feel weird with your current job, is because it's getting chopped up in a way where you may kind of want to stare out a window with that Aquarius moon, and then they're like, no, it's time for the pep rally or something. You got to go hang out with the group. You got to do moon and Aquarius stuff. You got to be a joiner. You can't be alone, like scrapbooking. So I feel like there's that seventh house Ketu and that Black Moon Lilith in Leo on the seventh house cusp direct. It's people jealous
Yeah.
of your creativity. Like, oh, you can't go make stuff. You got to come hang out with us and do hacky sack, because that I feel threatened by your joie de vivre. So it's
Yeah.
I think partners, the Saturn opposite Venus, it's like you got to be discerning about
I
where
mean,
what your
I
partners are
honestly
coming
could
from.
see the partner coming back though, because it's like
Totally.
that this Mars retrogrades. and then it goes back and it stations direct in in her seventh house, right conjunct Ketu.
Oh, transiting
And
Ketu.
it's like
Crazy.
Ketu and Jupiter are here on your descendant, essentially. Your
Mm,
descendant is 26 Leo. This triple conjunction's taking place more or less on the descendant. It's Mars. Mars is men, and Ketu is the past. I don't know. It could be a man from the past coming back, but it's also opposite your moon. I don't know. I
uh,
mean,
I feel like that's joiner karma.
uh,
You can't have your dreams. You gotta your dreams are the dreams of the tribe, the group, the school. You you choose, and then
oh, my
what's
ex
it?
wants to get married and said I can quit my job. Shit.
That's crazy.
Wow,
Well,
that's quite a question. I mean, if this wasn't 4 hours into the stream, I would tell you to post his chart so we can look at the synastry. But
I would
I am,
ask that too, because I want to
yeah,
know why. Like, I
I'm.
want to know, like, is that a pure motive or not? Like, does he want to be your patron of the arts or yeah? I
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
know.
I think you would have
Mhm.
to ask it, make sure. I mean, yeah, this is something you should probably get some kind of synastry or composite. I love doing these. I would love to, but I unfortunately cannot take on any clients right now, guys. Like I know people have been asking me, and I'm sorry that I have to keep turning you down, but basically, I'm very consumed at the moment with uh, many different schizophrenic projects and astrological research, and I just can't give the charts the time that I need to in order to feel like I've done a good job, and so I just can't do it. But Paul is open for bookings, and if you've liked the work that you've seen on the show tonight, you should definitely go and book with him. Because he'll be able to get to you much faster than I can. I don't know if I'm gonna even be able to take readings again this year with everything that's going on. But uh, I try and do this kind of stuff to stay sharp at least while I'm involved in all these research projects. But yeah, Paul, why don't you tell everybody where they can find you one more time and see if they want to get a reading?
Yeah, please go to my bio on X. I'm Zeitville Media on X. It should be spelled out in my handle there. And in the bio, there's a link tree, takes you to a little questionnaire. There is an option in there for synastry reading. And someone just asked if I do solar returns. Yes, I do solar returns. I'd probably, though, when I meet someone first, I do a natal chart reading. I do have someone that I'm meeting with next week. And their birthday's coming up in early June. So I'm going to mix some solar return stuff in there. And the woman that we just did said that she's been following my YouTube channel. She's like kind of had that revelation.
Oh,
Just
great.
that's kind of funny. Nice to meet you. That's cool. Yeah, so I do solar return stuff too, but I'm I get the sense that I'm very much like Alex. I like to prepare. I'm very thorough. There's a lot of research that goes in before it. So if I'm meeting with you for the first time, it's not just the solar return. It's going to be the whole thing. What's your nodes and what's your sun and what's going on with your Pluto and stuff like that. So yeah,
Yeah, thank
please.
you guys for tuning in.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think people really
yeah.
enjoyed this.
Yeah, we had a pretty consistent crowd for 4 hours, and
That is
I don't.
amazing.
Yeah, I don't know about the numbers on X because they don't display here, but we've
Oh,
had,
really?
uh, yeah, between like 17 and 25 people pretty consistently over 4 hours, which
That's
is,
really great.
yeah. Thank you guys for watching. We're glad you enjoyed it. So yeah, I'm gonna sign off, but go ahead and hit up Paul for a reading, and we'll see. I guess we'll see what happens in October. If my schizo theory turns out to be true,
Oh my
I'm
gosh.
going to I don't know what I'm gonna do. Uh, it almost feels too perfect to be true. But what if it was, guys? Like, what if? What if that happened? I mean, that would
You'll
be.
just be known as the guy that blew the whole roof off the dump months in advance. I mean, people would just freak out. Like, how did he even know?
Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens. I think that I'll at least be right about Donald Trump and Melania Trump's dirty laundry
Mm,
going
mm.
through the news
I
cycle
think that's
and
fair to
being very
say.
prominent and viral.
Sure,
I think that at
totally.
the very least, that's definitely going to happen. Whether or not we find out that Barron is a secret love child of Epstein remains to be seen.
Remains to be seen, yeah. Just float that one out on the branch.
Well, Paul, this has been a great
It's
stream.
been incredible.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'd love to have you back on the show at some point.
I'd love to do that.
Yeah, and yeah, let's talk more. And
Cool.
guys, everyone, go follow Paul and get a reading from him. And yeah, we'll if I think we have to do another episode about Trump, right? Just to follow up and see if I was
Yeah.
right, right? And then if I was wrong,
Mhm.
you can laugh at me and poke at me and be like, "Oh, Alex, you fool."
You feel you all the I got gassed up by the gossip. I had my hopes so high for a national paternity test scandal.
Yeah, it would be like Daddy Gates.
Daddy Gate, yeah.
Yeah.
I like that October surprise. That's nice.
Oh yeah, someone says October follow-up. Yeah, we will do it.
Mm,
All right, guys. I'm gonna log off here because
yeah,
it's 1221, one of my magic numbers. Perfect.
nice.
Here we go. See you guys. See